sorrowful. And seated at his ease, the king addressed these words to the virtuous Vidura of profound intelligence. Thy understanding is as clear as that of Bhargava. 15 Thou knowest also all the subtleties or morality, and thou lookest on all the Kauravas with an equal eye. Oh, tell me what is proper for me in them. O Vidura, things having thus taken their course, what should we do now? How may I secure the goodwill of the citizens so that they may not destroy us to the roots? Oh, tell us all, since thou art conversant with every excellent expedient. Vidura said, the threefold purposes, O king, viz., profit, pleasure, and salvation, have their foundations in virtue, and the sages say that a kingdom also standeth on virtue as its basis. Therefore, O monarch, according to the best of thy power, cherish thou virtuously thy own sons and those of Pandu. That virtue had been beguiled by wicked souls with Shivala's son at their head, when thy sons invited the righteous Yudhishthira and defeated him in the match at dice. O king, of this deed of utter iniquity I behold this expiation whereby, O chief of the Kuras, thy son, freed from sin, may win back his position among good men. Let the sons of Pandu obtain that which was given unto them by thee. For, verily, even this is the highest morality, that a king should remain content with his own, and never covet another's possessions. Thy good name then would not suffer, nor would family dissensions ensue, nor unrighteousness be thine. This then is thy prime duty now, to gratify the Pandavas and disgrace Sikuni. If thou wishest to restore to thy sons the good fortune they have lost, then, O king, do thou speedily adopt this line of conduct. If thou dost not act so, the Kuras will surely meet with destruction, for neither Bhimasena nor Arjuna, if angry, will leave any of their foes unslain. What is there in the world which is unattainable to those who cannot among their warriors save the Arsashian skilled in arms, who have the Gandiva, the most powerful of all weapons in the world, for their bow, and who have amongst them the mighty Bhima also as a warrior? Formerly, as soon as thy son was born, I told thee, forsake thou this inauspicious child of thine. Herein layeth the good of thy race. But thou didst not then act accordingly. Nor also, O king, have I pointed out to thee the way of thy welfare. If thou dost as I have counselled, thou shalt not have to repent afterwards. If thy son consent to reign in peace jointly with the sons of Pandu, passing thy days in joy, thou shalt not have to repent. Should it be otherwise, abandon thou thy child for thy own happiness. Putting Duryodhana aside, do thou install the son of Pandu in the sovereignty, and let, O king, Ajatasattu, free from passion, rule the earth virtuously. All the kings of the earth, then, like Vaisyas, will, without delay, pay homage unto us. And, O king, let Duryodhana and Sakuni and Kana with alacrity wait upon the Pandavas. And let Dusasana, in open court, ask forgiveness of Bhimasena and of the daughter of Drupada also. And do thou pacify Yudhishthira by placing him on the throne with every mark of respect. Asked by thee, what else can I counsel thee to do? By doing this, O monarch, thou wouldst do what was proper. Dhritarashtra said, these words, O Vidura, then thou hast spoken in this assembly, with reference to the Pandavas and myself, are for their good but not for ours. My mind doth not approve them. How hast thou settled all this in thy mind now? When thou hast spoken all this on behalf of the Pandavas, I perceive that thou art not friendly to me. How can I abandon my son for the sake of the sons of Pandu? Doubtless they are my sons, but Duryodhana is sprung from my body. Who then, speaking with impartiality, will ever counsel me to renounce my own body for the sake of others? O Vidura, all that thou sayest is crooked, although I hold thee in high esteem. Stay or go as thou likest. However much may she be humoured, an unchaste will forsaketh her husband. Vaisampayana said, "O king," saying this Dhritarashtra rose suddenly and went into the inner apartments, and Vidura, saying this race is doomed, went away to where the sons of Pritha were. Section V. Vaisampayana said, desirous of living in the forest, those bulls of the Bharata race, the Pandavas, with their followers, setting out from the banks of the Ganges, went to the field of Kurukshetra, and performing their ablutions in the Saraswati, the Drizadwati and the Yamuna, they went from one forest to another, travelling in an westerly direction. And at length they saw before them the woods, Kamyaka, the favourite haunt of Munis, situated by a level and wild plain on the banks of the Saraswati. And in those woods, O Bharata, abounding in birds and deer, those heroes began to dwell, entertained and comforted by the Munis. And Vidura, always longing to see the Pandavas, went in a single car to the Kamyaka woods, abounding in every good thing. And arriving at Kamyaka on a car drawn by swift steeds, he saw Yudhishthira the Just, sitting with Draupadi at a retired spot, surrounded by his brothers and the Brahmanas. And seeing Vidura approach from a distance with swift steps, the virtuous king addressed brother Bhimasena, saying, "With what message doth Kshata come to us? Doth he come hither, dispatched by Sakuni, to invite us again to a game of dice? Doth the little-minded Sakuni intend to win again our weapons at dice? O Bhimasena, challenged by anyone addressing me, come, I am unable to stay. And if our possession of the Gandiva becomes doubtful, will not the acquisition of our kingdom also be so?" Vaisampayana said, "O king." The Pandavas then rose up and welcomed Vidura, and received by them that descendant of the Ajamida line, Vidura, sat in their midst and made the usual inquiries. And after Vidura had rested a while, those bulls among men asked him the reason of his coming. And Vidura began to relate unto them in detail everything connected with the bearing of Dhritarashtra the son of Amvika. Vidura said, "O Ajatasatru, Dhritarashtra called me, his dependent, before him, and honouring me duly said, things have fared thus. Now, do thou tell me what is good for the Pandavas as well as for me." I pointed out what was beneficial to both the Kauravas and Dhritarashtra. But what I said was not relished by him, nor could I hit upon any other course. What I advised was, O Pandavas, highly beneficial, but the son of Amvika heeded me not. Even as medicine recommendeth itself not to one that is ill, so my words fail to please the king. And, O thou without a foe, as all unchaste while in the family of a man of pure descent cannot be brought back to the path of virtue, so I fail to bring Dhritarashtra back. Indeed, as a young damsel doth not like a husband of 80, even so Dhritarashtra did not like my words. Surely, destruction will overtake the Kuru race. Surely Dhritarashtra will never acquire good fortune. For, as water dropped on a lotus leaf doth not remain there, my counsels will fail to produce any effect to Dhritarashtra. The incensed Dhritarashtra told me, O Bharata, go thou thither where thou likest, never more shall I seek thy aid in ruling the earth or my capital, O best of monarchs, forsaken by King Dhritarashtra. I come to thee for tendering good counsel. What I had said in the open court, I will now repeat unto thee. Listen, and bear my words in mind, that wise man who bearing all the gross wrong heaped upon him by his enemies, patiently bideth his time, and multiplieth his resources, even as men by degrees turn a small fire into a large one, ruleth alone this entire earth. He that, in prosperity, enjoyeth his substance with his adherents, findeth in them sharers of his adversity, this is the best means of securing adherents, and it is said that he that hath adherents, winneth the sovereignty of the world. And, O Pandava, divided thy prosperity with thy adherents, behave truthfully towards them, and converse with them agreeably. Share also your food with them, and never boast thyself in their presence. This behavior increaseth the prosperity of kings. Yudhishthira said, having recourse to such high intelligence, undisturbed by passion, I will do as thou counsellest. And whatever else thou mayst counsel in respect of time and place, I will carefully follow entirely. Section V. Vaisampayana said, O king, after Vidura had gone to the abode of the Pandavas, Dhritarashtra, O Bharata, of profound wisdom, repented of his action. And thinking of the great intelligence of Vidura in matters connected with both war and peace, and also of the aggrandizement of the Pandavas in the future, Dhritarashtra, pained at the recollection of Vidura, having approached the door of the hall of state, fell down senseless in the presence of the monarchs. In waiting, and regaining consciousness, the king rose from the ground and thus addressed Sanjaya standing by. My brother and friend is even like the God of justice himself. Recollecting him today, my heart burneth in grief. Go, bring unto me without delay my brother well versed in morality. Saying this, the monarch wept bitterly, and burning in repentance, and overwhelmed with sorrow at the recollection of Vidura, the king, from brotherly affection, again addressed Sanjaya saying, O Sanjaya, go thou and ascertain whether my brother, expelled by my wretched self through anger, liveth still. That wise brother of mine of immeasurable intelligence hath never been guilty of even the slightest transgression, but, on the other hand, he it is who hath come by grievous wrong at my hands. Seek him, O wise one, and bring him hither, else, O Sanjaya, I will lay down my life. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of the king, Sanjaya expressed his approbation, and saying so be it, went in the direction of the Kamyaka woods. And arriving without loss of time at the forest where the sons of Bandud dwelt, he beheld Yudhishthira clad in deerskin, seated with Vidura, in the midst of Brahmanas by thousands, and guarded by his brothers, even like Purandara in the midst of the celestials. And approaching Yudhishthira, Sanjaya worshipped him duly and was received with due respect by Bhima and Arjuna and the twins. And Yudhishthira made the usual inquiries about his welfare, and when he had been seated at his ease, he disclosed the reason of his visit, in these words, King Dhritarashtra, the son of Ambika, hath, O Kshata, remembered thee. Returning unto him without loss of time, do thou revive the king. And, O thou best of men, with the permission of these Kuru princes, these foremost of men, it behoveth thee, at the command of that lion among kings, to return unto him. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Sanjaya, the intelligent Vidura, ever attached to his relatives, with the permission of Yudhishthira returned to the city named after the elephant. And after he had approached the king, Dhritarashtra of great energy, the son of Ambika, addressed him, saying, From my good luck alone, O Vidura, thou, O sinless one, of conversant with morality, hast come here remembering me. And, O thou bull of the Bharata race, in thy absence I was beholding myself, sleepless through the day and the night, as one that hath been lost on earth. And the king then took Vidura on his lap and smelt his head, and said, Forgive me, O sinless one, the words in which thou wert addressed by me. And Vidura said, O king, I have forgiven thee. Thou art my superior, worthy of the highest reverence. Here am I, having come back, eagerly wishing to behold thee. All virtuous men, O tiger among men, are, instinctively, partial towards those that are distressed. This, O king, is scarcely the result of deliberation. My partiality to the Pandavas proceedeth from this cause. O Bharata, thy sons are as dear to me as the sons of Pandu, but as the latter are now in distress, my heart yearneth after them. Vaisampayana continued, and addressing each other thus in apologetic speeches, the two illustrious brothers, Vidura and Dhritarashtra, felt themselves greatly happy. Section 7. Vaisampayana said, Hearing that Vidura had returned, and that the king had consoled him, the evil-minded son of Dhritarashtra began to burn in grief. His understanding clouded by ignorance, he summoned the son of Shivala, and Karna and Dusasna, and addressed them, saying, "The learned Vidura, the minister of the wise Dhritarashtra, hath returned. The friend of the sons of Pandu, he is ever engaged in doing what is beneficial to them. So long as this Vidura doth not succeed in inducing the king to bring them back, do ye all think of what may benefit me. If ever I behold the sons of Pritha return to the city, I shall again be emaciated by renouncing food and drink, even though there be no obstacle in my path. And I shall either take poison or hang myself, either enter the fire or kill myself with my own weapons. But I shall never be able to behold the sons of Pandu in prosperity." Sakuni said, "O king, O lord of the earth, what folly hath taken possession of thee? The Pandavas have gone to the forest, having given a particular pledge, so that what thou apprehendest can never take place. O bull of the Bhatta race, the Pandavas ever abide by the truth. They will never, therefore, accept the words of thy father. If, however, accepting the commands of the king, they come back to the capital, violating their vow, even this would be our conduct, viz., assuming an aspect of neutrality, and in apparent obedience to the will of the monarch, we will closely watch the Pandavas, keeping our counsels." Dusasna said, "O uncle of great intelligence, it is even as thou sayest. The words of wisdom thou utterest always recommend themselves to me." Karna said, "O Duryodhana, all of us seek to accomplish thy will and, O king, I see that unanimity at present prevaileth among us. The sons of Pandu, with passions under complete control, will never return without passing away the promised period. If, however, they do return from failing sense, do thou defeat them again at dice." Apostrophe. Vaisampayana said, thus addressed by Karna, King Duryodhana with cheerless heart, averted his face from his counsellors. Marking all this, Karna expanding his beautiful eyes, and vehemently gesticulating in anger, haughtily addressed Duryodhana and Dusasna and Shivala's son, saying, "Ye princes, know ye my opinion. We are all servants of the king, Duryodhana, waiting upon him with joined palms. We should, therefore, do what is agreeable to him. But we are not always able to seek his welfare with promptness and activity, owing to our dependence on Dhritarashtra. But let us now, encased in mail and armed with our weapons, mount our cars and go in a body to slay the Pandavas now living in the forest. After the Pandavas have been quieted and after they have gone on the unknown journey, both ourselves and the sons of Dhritarashtra will find peace. As long as they are in distress, as long as they are in sorrow, as long as they are destitute of help, so long are we a match for them. This is my mind." Hearing those words of the charioteer's son, they repeatedly applauded him, and at last exclaimed, "Very well." And saying this, each of them mounted his car, and sanguine of success, they rushed in a body to slay their sons of Pandu. And knowing by his spiritual vision that they had gone out, the master Krishna Dwaipayana of pure soul came upon them, and commanded them to desist. And sending them away, the Holy One, worshipped by all the worlds, quickly appeared before the king whose intelligence served the purposes of eyesight, and who was then seated at his ease. And the Holy One addressed the monarch thus. Section 8. Vyasa said, "O wise Dhritarashtra, hear what I say. I will tell thee that which is for the great good of all the Kauravas. O thou of mighty arms, it hath not pleased me that the Pandavas have gone to the forest dishonestly defeated, at dice, by Duryodhana and others. O Bharata, on the expiration of the 13th year, recollecting all their woes, they may shower death-dealing weapons, even like virulent poison, upon the Kauravas. Why doth thy sinful son of wicked heart, ever inflamed with ire, seek to slay their sons of Bandu for the sake of their kingdom? Let the fool be restrained, let thy son remain quiet. In attempting to slay the Pandavas in exile, he will only lose his own life. Thou art as honest as the wise Vidura, or Bhishma, or ourselves, or Kripa, or Drona, O thou with great wisdom. Dissension with one's own kin are forbidden, sinful and reprehensible. Therefore, O king, it behoveth thee to desist from such acts. And, O Bharata, Duryodhana looketh with such jealousy towards the Pandavas that great harm would be the consequence, if thou didst not interfere. O let this wicked son of thine, O monarch, along and unaccompanied, himself go to the forest and live with the sons of Pandu. For then, if the Pandavas, from association, feel an attachment for Duryodhana, then, O king of men, good fortune may be thine. This, however, may not be. For it hath been heard that one's congenital nature leaveth him not till death. But what do Bhishma and Drona and Vidura think? What also dost thou think? That which is beneficial should be done while there is time, else thy purposes will be unrealized. Section 9. Dhritarashtra said, O Holy One, I did not like this business of gambling, but, O Moon, I think, I was made to consent to it drawn by fate. Neither Bhishma, nor Drona, nor Vidura, nor Gandhari liked this game at dice. No doubt, it was begot of folly. And, O thou who delightest in the observance of vows, O illustrious one, knowing everything yet influenced by paternal affection, I am unable to cast off my senseless son, Duryodhana. Vyasa said, O king, O son of Vichitravirya, what thou sayest is true. We know it well that a son is the best of all things and that there is nothing that is so good as a son. Instructed by the tears of Zuravi, Indra came to know that the son surpasseth in worth other valuable possessions. O monarch, I will, in this connection, relate to thee that excellent and best of stories, the conversation between Indra and Zuravi. In days of yore, Zuravi, the mother of cows, was once sweeping in the celestial regions. O child, Indra took compassion upon her, and asked her, saying, O auspicious one, why dost thou weep? Is everything well with the celestials? Hath any misfortune, ever so little, befallen the world of men or serpents? Zuravi replied, No evil hath befallen thee that I perceive. But I am aggrieved on account of my son, and it is therefore, O Kausika, that I weep. See, O chief of the celestials, yonder cruel husbandman is belabouring my weak son with the wooden stick, and oppressing him with their weight of the plough, in consequence of which my child, agitated with agony, is falling upon the ground and is at the point of death. At sight of this, O Lord of the celestials, I am filled with compassion, and my mind is agitated. The one that is the stronger of the pair is bearing his burthen of great weight with ease, but, O Vasava, the other is lean and weak and is a mass of veins and arteries. He beareth his burthen with difficulty, and it is for him that I grieve. See, O Vasava, sore inflicted with a whip, and harassed exceedingly, he is unable to bear his burthen, and it is for him that, moved by grief, I weep in heaviness of heart, and these tears of compassion trickle down my eyes. Sakra said, O fair one, when thousands of thy son are daily oppressed, why dost thou grieve for one under infliction? Zuravi replied, Although I have 1,000 offspring, yet my affections flow equally towards all. But, O Sakra, I feel greater compassion for one that is weak and innocent. Vyasa continued, Then Indra, having heard these words of Zuravi, was much surprised, and O thou of the Kuru race, he became convinced that his son is dearer than one's life. And the illustrious chastiser of Parka thereupon suddenly poured the thick shower and caused obstruction to the husbandman's work. And as Zoravi said, thy affections, O king, equally flow towards all thy sons. Let them be greater towards those that are weak. And as my son Bandu is to me, so art thou, O son, and so also Vidura of profound wisdom. It is out of affection that I tell you all this. O Bharata, thou art possessed of 101 sons, but Bandu hath only 5. And they are in a bad plight and passing their days in sorrow. How may they save their lives? How may they thrive? Such thoughts regarding the distressed sons of Pritha continually agitate my soul. O King of the earth, if thou desirest all the Kauravas to live, let thy son Duryodhana make peace with the Pandavas. Section X. Dhritarashtra said, O Muni of profound wisdom, it is even as thou sayest. I know it well, as do all these kings. Indeed, what thou considerest to be beneficial for the Kurus was pointed out to me, O Moon, by Vidura and Bhishma and Drona. And, if I deserve thy favour, and if thou hast kindness for the Kurus, do thou exhort my wicked son Duryodhana. Vyasa said, O king, after having seen the Pandava brothers, here cometh the holy Rishi Maitreya, with the desire of seeing us. That mighty Rishi, O king, will admonish thy son for the welfare of this race. And, O Kauravya, what he adviseth must be followed undoubtingly, for if what he recommendeth is not done, the sage will curse thy son in anger. Vaisampayana continued, saying this, Vyasa departed, and Maitreya made his appearance. And the king with his son respectfully received that way-worn chief of Munis, with offerings of the Argyle and other rites. And King Dhritarashtra, the son of Amvika, in words of respect thus addressed the sage, O Holy One, hath journey from the Kuru Jangala been a pleasant one? Are those heroes, the 5 Pandavas, living happily? Do those bulls of the Kuru race intend to stay out their time? Will the brotherly affection of the Kauravas ever be impaired? Maitreya said, setting out on a pilgrimage to the different shrines, I arrived at Kuru Jangala, and there I unexpectedly saw Yudhishthira the just in the woods of Kamyaka. And, O exalted one, many munis had come there to behold the high-souled Yudhishthira, dwelling in an ascetic asylum, clad in deer skin and wearing matted locks. It was there, O King of Kings, that I heard of the grave error committed by thy sons and the calamity and terrible danger arisen from dice that had overtaken them. Therefore, it is that I have come to thee, for the good of the Kauravas, since, O exalted one, my affection is great for thee and I am delighted with thee. O King, it is not fit that thy sons should on any account quarrel with one another, thyself and Bhishma living. Thou art, O king, the stake at which bulls are tied, in treading cord, and thou art competent to punish and reward. Why dost thou overlook then this great evil that is about to overtake all? And, O descendant of the Kurus, for those wrongs that have been perpetrated in thy court, which are even like the acts of wretched outcasts, thou art not well thought amongst the ascetics. Vaisampayana continued, then turning to the wrathful prince Duryodhana, the illustrious Rishi Maitreya addressed him in these soft words, O mighty-armed Duryodhana, O best of all eloquent men, O illustrious one, give heed unto the words I utter for my good. O king, seek not to quarrel with the Pandavas. And, O bull among men, compass thou thy own good as also of the Pandavas, of the Kurus and of the world. All those tigers among men are heroes of high prowess in war, gifted with the strength of 10,000 elephants, with bodies hard as the thunderbolt, holding fast by their promises, and proud of their manliness. They have slain the enemies of the Celestials, those Rakshasas capable of assuming any form at will, such as were headed by Hidimva and Kumira. When those high-souled ones went from hence, the Rakshasa of fear's soul obstructed their nocturnal path even like an immovable hill. And even as a tiger slayeth a little deer, Bhima, that foremost of all endued with strength, and ever delighted in fight, slew that monster. Consider also, O king, how while out on his campaign of conquest, Bhima slew in battle that mighty warrior, Jarasandha, possessing the strength of 10,000 elephants. Related to Vasudeva and having the sons of King Drupada as their brothers-in-law, who that is subject to decrepitude and death would undertake to cope with them in battle. O bull of the Bharata race, let there be peace between thee and Pandavas. Follow thou my counsels and surrender not thyself to anger. O king, thus admonished by Maitreya, Duryodhana began to slap his thigh resembling the trunk of the elephant, and smilingly began to scratch the ground with his foot. And the wicked wretch spake not a word, but hung down his head. And, O monarch, beholding Duryodhana thus offer him a slight by scratching the earth silently, Maitreya became angry. And, as if commissioned by fate, Maitreya, the best of Munis, overwhelmed by wrath, set his mind upon cursing Duryodhana. And then, with eyes red in anger, Maitreya, touching water, caused the evil-minded son of Dhritarashtra, saying, Since, slighting me thou declinest to act according to my words, thou shalt speedily reap the fruit of this thy insolence. In the great war which shall spring out of the wrongs perpetrated by thee, the mighty Bhima shall smash that thigh of thine with a stroke of his mace. When the Muni had spoken so, King Dhritarashtra began to pacify the sage, in order that what he had said might not happen. But Maitreya said, O king, if thy son concludeth peace with the Pandavas, this curse of mine, O child, will not take effect, otherwise it must be as I have said. Vaisampayana said, desirous of ascertaining the might of Bhima, that foremost of kings, the father of Duryodhana, then asked Maitreya, saying, How was Kurmira slain by Bhima? Maitreya said, I shall not speak again unto thee, O king, for my words are not regarded by thy son. After I have gone away, Vidura will relate everything unto thee. And saying this, Maitreya went away to the place whence he had come. And Duryodhana also went out perturbed at the tidings of Kurmira's death, at the hand of Bhima. Section 11. Kurmira Buddhapava. Dhritarashtra said, O Kshatta, I am desirous to hear of the destruction of the Kurmira. Do thou tell me how the encounter took place between the Rakshasa and Bhimasena. Vidura said, Listen to the story of that feat of Bhimasena of superhuman achievements. I have often heard of it in course of my conversation with the Pandavas, while I was with them. O foremost of kings, defeated at dice the Pandavas departed from hence, and travelling for 3 days and nights they at length reached those woods that go by the name of Kamyaka. O king, just after the dreadful hour of midnight when all nature is asleep, when man-eating Rakshasas of terrible deeds begin to wander, the ascetics and the cowherds and other rangers of the forest used to shun the woods of Kamyaka and fly to a distance from fear of cannibals. And, O Bharata, as the Pandavas were at this hour entering those woods, a fearful Rakshasa of flaming eyes appeared before them with a lighted brand, obstructing their path. And with outstretched arms and terrible face, he stood obstructing the way on which those perpetuators of the Kuru race were proceeding. With 8 teeth standing out, with eyes of coppery hue, and with the hair of his head blazing and standing erect, the fiend looked like a mass of clouds reflecting the rays of the sun, or mingled with lightning flashes and graced with flocks of grains underneath on their wings. And uttering frightful yells and roaring like a mass of clouds charged with rain, the fiend began to spread the illusion proper to his species. Hearing the terrible roar, birds along with other creatures that live on land or in water, began to drop down in all directions, uttering cries of fear. And in consequence of the deer and the leopards and the buffaloes and the bears flying about in all directions, it seemed as if the forest itself was in motion. and swayed by the wind raised by the size of the Rakshasa. Creepers growing at a great distance seemed to embrace the trees with their arms of coppery leaves. And at that moment, a violent wind began to blow, and the sky became darkened with the dust that covered it. And as grief is the greatest enemy of the object of the five senses, even so appeared before the Pandavas that unknown foe of theirs. And beholding the Pandavas from a distance clad in black deer skins, the Rakshasa obstructed their passage through the forest even like the Mainagan mountain. And at the sight of him never seen before, the lotus-eyed Krishna, agitated with fear, closed her eyes. And she whose braids had been dishevelled by the hand of Dasasana, stationed in the midst of the five Pandavas, looked like a stream chafing amid five hills. And seeing her overwhelmed with fear, the five Pandavas supported her as the five senses influenced by desire adhere to the pleasures relating to their objects. And Dharmiya of great, ascetic, energy, in the presence of the sons of Pandu, destroyed the fearful illusion that had been spread by the Rakshasa, by applying various mantras, calculated to destroy the Rakshasa. And beholding his illusion dispelled, the mighty Rakshasa of crooked ways, capable of assuming any form at will, expanded his eyes in wrath and seemed like death himself. Then King Yudhishthira, endued with great wisdom, addressed him saying, "Who art thou, and whose son? Tell us what we should do for thee." The Rakshasa thus addressed, answered Yudhishthira the just, saying, "I am the brother of Vaka, the celebrated Kumira. I live at ease in these deserted woods of Kamyaka, daily procuring my food by vanquishing men in fight. Who are ye that have come near me in the shape of my food? Defeating ye all in fight, I will eat ye with pleasure." Vaisampayana continued, "O Bharata, hearing these words of the wretch, Yudhishthira announced his own name and lineage, saying, "I am King Yudhishthira the Just, the son of Pandu, of whom thou mayst have heard. Deprived of my kingdom, I have with my brothers Bhimasena and Arjuna and the others, in course of my wanderings, come into this terrible forest which is thy dominion, desirous of passing my period of exile here." Vidura continued, "Kumira said unto Yudhishthira, By good luck it is that fate hath accomplished today my long accomplished desire. With weapons appraised have I been continually ranging the entire earth with the object of slaying Bhima. But Bhima I had found not. By good luck it is that slayer of my brother, whom I had been seeking so long, hath come before me. It was he who in the disguise of a Brahmana slew my dear brother Vaka in the Vetrakya forest by virtue of his science. He hath truly no strength of arms. It is also this one of wicked soul who formerly slew my dear friend Hidimva, living in this forest and ravished his sister. And that fool hath now come into this deep forest of mine, when the night is half spent, even at the time when we wander about. Today I will wreak my long-cherished vengeance upon him, and I will today gratify the manes of Vaka with his blood in plenty. By slaying this enemy of the Rakshasas, I shall today be freed from the debt I owe to my friend and my brother, and thereby attain supreme happiness. If Bhimasena was let free formerly by Vaka, today I will devour him in thy sight, O Yudhishthira. And even as Agastya ate up and digested the mighty Asura, Vatapi, I will eat up and digest this Bhima." Vidura continued, thus addressed by the Rakshasa, the virtuous Yudhishthira, steadfast in his pledges, said, "It can never be so." And in anger rebuked the Rakshasa. The mighty armed Bhima then tore up in haste a tree of the length of 10 vyasas and stripped it of its leaves. And in the space of a moment the ever-victorious Arjuna stringed his bow Gandiva, possessing the force of the thunderbolt. And, O Bharata, making Jayasha desist, Bhima approached that Rakshasa still roaring like the clouds, and said unto him, "Stay, stay." And thus addressing the cannibal, and tightening the cloth around his waist, and rubbing his palms, and biting his nether lip with his teeth, and armed with a tree, the powerful Bhima rushed towards the foe. And like unto Maghavat hurling his thunderbolt, Bhima made that tree, resembling the mace of Yama himself, descend with force on the head of the cannibal. The Rakshasa, however, was seen to remain unmoved at that blow, and wavered not in the conflict. On the other hand, he hurled his lighted brand, flaming like lightning, at Bhima. But that foremost of warriors turned it off with his left foot in such a way that it went back towards the Rakshasa. Then the fierce Kurmira on his part, all on a sudden uprooting a tree, darted to the encounter like unto the mace-bearing Yama himself. And that fight, so destructive of the trees, looked like the encounter in days of yore between the brothers Vali and Sugriva for the possession of the same woman. And the trees struck at the heads of the combatants were broken into shivers, like lotus stalks thrown on the temples of infuriate elephants. And in that great forest, innumerable trees, crushed like unto reeds, lay scattered as rags. That encounter with trees between that foremost of Rakshasas and that best of men, O thou bull of the Brata race, lasted but for a moment. Then taking up a crag, the angry Rakshasa hurled it at Bhima standing before him, but the latter wavered not. Then like unto Rahu going to devour the sun, dispersing his rays with extended arms, the Rakshasa with outstretched arms darted towards Bhima, who had remained firm under the blow inflicted with the crag. And tugging at and grappling with each other in diverse ways, they appeared like two infuriate bulls struggling with each other, all like unto two mighty tigers armed with teeth and claws. The encounter between them waxed fierce and hard. And remembering their late disgrace at the hands of Duryodhana, and proud of the strength of his arms, and conscious also of Krishna looking at him, Vrikadara began to swell in vigor. And fried with anger, Bhima seized the Rakshasa with his arms, as one elephant in rut seizeth another. And the powerful Rakshasa also in his turn seized his adversary, but Bhimasena, that foremost of all men endued with strength, threw the cannibal down with violence. The sounds that in consequence of those mighty combatants pressing each other's hands, were frightful and resembled the sounds of splintering bamboos. And hurling the Rakshasa down, seized him by the waist, and began to whirl him about, even as fierce hurricane shaketh a tree. And thus, seized by the mighty Bhima, the fatigued Rakshasa became faint, and trembling all over, he still pressed the Pandava with all his strength. And finding him fatigued, Vrikadara twined his own arms round the foe, even as one bindeth a beast with cord. And the monster thereupon began to roar frightfully, as a trumpet out of order. And the mighty Vrikadara for a long while whirled the Rakshasa till the latter appeared to be insensible, and began to move convulsively. And finding the Rakshasa exhausted, the son of Bandhu without loss of time took him up in his arms, and slew him like a beast. And placing his knee on the waist of that wretch of Rakshasa, Vrikadara began to press the neck of the foe with his hands. Then Bhima, dragging along the earth the bruised body of the Rakshasa with the eyelids about to close, said, O sinful wretch, thou wilt no more have to wipe away the tears of Hidimthor-Vaka, for thou too art about to go to the mansions of Yama. And saying this, that foremost of men, his heart filled with wrath, beholding the Rakshasa destitute of clothing and ornaments, and insensible, and undergoing convulsions, let him dead. And after that Rakshasa of who like a clouds had been slain, the son of that best of kings, Pandu, praised Bhima for his many qualities, and placing Krishna in their front, set out for the Dwaita woods. Vidura said, It was thus, O Lord of men, that Kurmira was slain in combat by Bhima, in obedience, O Kaurava, to the commands of Yudhishthira the just. And having rid the forest of its pest, the victorious Yudhishthira the just began to live in that dwelling of theirs, with Draupadi. And those bulls of the Bharata race comforting Draupadi began to cheerfully extol Bhima with glad hearts. And after the Rakshasa had been slain, borne down by the might of Bhima's arms, those heroes entered into the peaceful forest freed from its annoyance. Passing through the great forest I saw lying the body of the wicked and fearless Rakshasa slain by Bhima's might. And, O Bharata, there I heard of this achievement of Bhima from those Brahmanas who have assembled round the Pandavas. Vaisampayana continued, hearing the account of the slaughter in combat of Kurmira, that foremost of Rakshasas, the king sighed in sorrow and became absorbed in thought. Section 12. Arjunabhagamana Pava. Vaisampayana said, hearing that the Pandavas had been banished, the Bhajas, the Vrishnis, and the Andakas went to those heroes residing in affliction in the great forest. And the consanguineous relatives of Panchala, and Drishtaketu the king of Chedi, and those celebrated and powerful brothers, the Kakeyas, their hearts fired with wrath, went to the forest to see the sons of Pritha. And reproaching the sons of Dhritarashtra, they said, what should we do? And those bulls of the Kshatriya race, with Vasudeva at their head, sat themselves down round Yudhishthira the just, and respectfully saluting that foremost of the Kurus, Kusava mournfully said, the earth shall drink the blood of Duryodhana and Karna, of Dusasna and the wicked Sikuni, slaying these in battle and defeating their followers along with the royal allies, will we all install Yudhishthira the just on the throne. The wicked deserve to be slain. Verily, this is eternal morality. Vaisampayana continued, and when on account of the wrongs of Pritha's sons, Janardana had thus got into a passion, and seemed bent upon consuming all created things, Arjuna exerted himself to pacify him. And beholding Kesava angry, Phalguna began to recite the feats achieved in his former lives by the soul of all things, himself immeasurable, the Eternal One, of infinite energy, the Lord of Brajapati himself, the supreme ruler of the worlds, Vishnu of profound wisdom. Arjuna said, in days of old, thou, O Krishna, hast wandered on the Gandhamadana mountains for 10,000 years as a Muni having his home where evening fell. Living upon water alone, thou hadst, in days of old, O Krishna, also dwelt for full 11,000 years by the lake of Pushkara. And, O slayer of Madhu, with arms upraised and standing on one leg, thou hadst passed to be 100 years on the high hills of Vadari, 16, living all the while upon air. And leaving aside thy upper garment, with body emaciated and looking like a bundle of veins, thou hadst lived on the banks of the Saraswati, employed in thy sacrifice extending for 12 years. And, O Krishna of mighty energy, in observance of thy vow thou hadst stood on one leg for the length of 1,000 years of the celestials, on the plains of Prabhasa which it behoveth the virtuous to visit. Vyasa hath told me that thou art the cause of the creation and its course. And, O Kusava, the Lord of Kshra, 17, thou art the mover of all minds, and the beginning and end of all things. All asceticism resteth in thee, and thou too art the embodiment of all sacrifices, and the Eternal One. Slaying the Asura Naraka, offspring of the earth first begotten, thou hadst obtained his earrings, and performed, O Krishna, the first horse sacrifice, offering up that Asura as the sacrificial horse. And, O Bull of all the worlds, having performed that feat, thou hast become victorious over all. Thou hadst slain all the Daityas and Danavas mustered in battle, and giving the Lord of Sakhi, Indra, the sovereignty of the universe, thou hast, O Kusava of mighty arms, taken thy birth among men. O slayer of all foes, having floated on the primordial waters, thou subsequently becamest Hari, 18, and Brahma and Surya and Dharma, and Datri and Yama and Anla and Vasu, and Vaisravana, and Rudra, and Kala and the firmament the earth, and the 10 directions. Thyself increate, thou art the Lord of the mobile and the immobile universe, the creator of all, O thou foremost of all existences. And, O slayer of Madhu, O thou of abundant energy, in the forest of Chitraratha thou didst, O Krishna, gratify with thy sacrifice the chief of all the gods, the highest of the high. O Janardana, at each sacrifice thou didst offer, according to shares, gold by hundreds and thousands. And, O son of the Yadav race, becoming the son of Aditi, O exalted one of the supreme attributes, thou hast been known as the younger brother of Indra. And, O thou chastiser of foes, even while a child thou didst, O Krishna, in consequence of thy energy, fill by 3 steps only the heaven, the firmament, and the earth. And, O thou soul of all covering the heaven and the firmament, while thou wert thus transformed, thou didst dwell in the body of the sun and afflict him with thy own splendor. And, O exalted one, in thy incarnations on those 1,000 occasions, thou hadst slain, O Krishna, sinful Asuras by hundreds. By destroying the Mauravas and the Pashas, and slaying Nasunda and Naraka, thou hast again rendered safe the road to Pragjyotisha. Thou hast slain Afriti at Jarathi, and Kratha and Sasupala with his adherents, and Jarasunda and Savia and Satadanwan. And on thy car roaring like unto clouds and effulgent like the sun, thou didst obtain for thy queen the daughter of Boa, defeating Rakmi in battle. Thou didst in fury slay Indradama and the Yavana called Kes Aruman. And slaying Salwa the lord of Sorba, thou didst destroy that city of Sorba itself. These have all been slain in battle. Listen to me as I speak of others, also slain by thee. At Aravati thou hast slain King Bo equal unto Kartavirya in battle, and both Gopati and Tilaki too also have been slain by thee. And, O Janardana, thou hast also appropriate unto thyself the sacred city of Dwarka, abounding in wealth and agreeable unto the Rishi themselves, and thou wilt submerge it at the end within the ocean. O slayer of Madhu, how can crookedness be in thee, devoid as thou art, O thou of the Dasaha race, of anger and envy and untruth and cruelty? O thou who knowest no deterioration, all the Rishis, coming unto thee seated in thy glory on the sacrificial ground, seek protection of thee. And, O slayer of Madhu, thou stayest at the end of the Yuga, contracting all things and withdrawing this universe into thy own self, thou repressor of all foes. O thou of the Vrishan race, at the beginning of the Yuga, there sprang from thy lotus-like navel, Brahma himself, and Lord of all mobile and immobile things, and whose is this entire universe. When the dreadful Danavas, Madhu and Kayadava, were bent on slaying Brahma, beholding their impious endeavor, thou wert angry, and from thy forehead, O Hari, sprang Sambhu, the holder of the trident. Thus these 2 foremost of the deities have sprung from thy body in order to do thy work. Even Narada it was who hath told me this. O Narayana, thou didst, in the forest of Chitraratha, celebrate with plentiful gifts a grand sacrifice consisting of a multitude of rites. O God, O thou of eyes like lotus leaves, the deeds thou hast performed while still a boy, having recourse to thy might and aided by Baladeva, have never been done by others, nor are they capable of being achieved by others in the future. Thou didst even dwell in Kailasa, accompanied by Brahmanas. Vaisampayana continued, having addressed Krishna thus, the illustrious Pandava, who was the soul of Krishna, became dumb, when Janardana, in reply addressed that son of Pritha, saying, Thou art mine and I am thine, while all that is mine is thine also. He that hateth thee hateth me as well, and he that followeth thee followeth me. O thou irrepressible one, thou art Nara and I am Narayana or Hari. We are the Rishis Nara and Narayana born in the world of men for a special purpose. O Patha, thou art from me and I am from thee. O bull of the Brata race, no one can understand the difference that is between us. Vaisampayana continued, when the illustrious Kesava had said so in the midst of that assembly of brave kings, all excited with anger, Panchali, surrounded by Drishtadyumna and her other heroic brothers, approached him of eyes like lotus leaves seated with his cousins, and, desirous of protection, addressed in angry accents that refuge of all, saying, Asita and Devala have said that in the matter of the creation of all things, thou hast been indicated by the sages as the only Prajapati and the creator of all the worlds. And, O irrepressible one, Jamadanya saith that thou art Vishnu, and, O slayer of Madhu, that thou art embodiment of sacrifice, sacrificer and he for whom the sacrifice is performed. And, O best of male beings, the rishis indicate thee as forgiveness and truth. Kasyapa hath said that thou art sacrifice sprung from truth. O exalted one, Narada calleth thee the god of the Sadhyas and of the Shivas, as alone the creator and the lord of all things. And, O tiger among men, thou repeatedly sportest with the gods including Brahma and Sankara and Sakra, even as children sporting with their toys. And, O exalted one, the firmament is covered by thy head, and the earth by thy feet. These worlds are as thy womb, and thou art the eternal one. With rishis sanctified by Vedic law and asceticism, and whose souls have been purified by penance, and who are contented with soul vision, thou art the best of all objects. And, O chief of all male beings, thou art the refuge of all royal sages devoted to virtuous acts, never turning their backs on the field of the battle, and possessed of every accomplishment. Thou art the Lord of all, thou art omnipresent, thou art the soul of all things, and thou art the active power pervading everything. The rulers of the several worlds, those worlds themselves, the stellar conjunctions, the 10 points of the horizon, the firmament, the moon, and the sun, are all established in thee. And, O mighty armed one, the morality of earthly creatures, the immortality of the universe, are established in thee. Thou art the supreme Lord of all creatures, celestial or human. Therefore it is, O slayer of Madhu, that impelled by the affection thou bearest me, that I will relate to thee my griefs. O Krishna, how could one like me, the wife of Pritha's sons, the sister of Drishtadyumna, and the friend of thee, be dragged to the assembly? Alas, during my season, stained with blood, with but a single cloth on, trembling all over, and weeping, I was dragged to the court of the Kuras. Beholding me, stained with blood in the presence of those kings in the assembly, the wicked sons of Dhritarashtra laughed at me. O slayer of Madhu, while the sons of Panda and the Panchalas and the Vrishnis lived, they dared express the desire of using me as their slave. O Krishna, I am according to the ordinance, the daughter-in-law of both Dhritarashtra and Bhishma. Yet, O slayer of Madhu, they wished to make of me a slave by force. I blame the Pandavas, who are mighty and foremost in battle, for they saw, without stirring, their own wedded wife known over all the world, treated with such cruelty. Oh, fie on the might of Bhimasena, fie on the Gandharva of Arjuna, for they, O Janardana, both suffered me to be thus disgraced by little men. This eternal course of morality is ever followed by the virtuous, viz., that the husband, however weak, protecteth his wedded wife. By protecting the wife one protecteth his offspring, and by protecting the offspring one protecteth his own self. One's own self is begotten on one's wife, and therefore it is that the wife is called Jaya. A wife also should protect her lord, remembering that he is to take his birth in her womb. The Pandavas never forsake the person that soliciteth their protection, and yet they abandoned me who solicited it. By my 5 husbands 5 sons of exceeding energy have been born of me, Brattivindaya by Yudhishthira, Sutasoma by Vrikadara, Sarutakirti by Arjuna, Satnica by Nakula and Sruta Carmen by the youngest, all of them of energy that cannot be baffled. For their sake, O Janardana, it was necessary to protect me. Even as, thy son, Pradama, they are, O Krishna, mighty warriors all. They are foremost of bowmen, and invincible in battle by any foe. Why do they bear the wrongs inflicted on me by the sons of Dhritarashtra of such contemptible strength? Deprived of their kingdom by deception, the Pandavas were made bondsmen, and I myself was dragged to the assembly while in my season, and having only a single cloth on. Fie on that Gandiva which none else can string save Arjuna and Bhima and thyself, O slayer of Madhu. Fie on the strength of Bhima, and fie on the prowess of Arjuna, since, O Krishna, Duryodhana, after what he had done, hath drawn breath even for a moment. He it is, O slayer of Madhu, who formerly drove the guileless Pandavas with their mother from the kingdom, while they were children still engaged in study and the observance of their vows. It is that sinful wretch, who, horrible to relate, mixed in Bhima's food fresh and virulent poison in full dose. But, O Janardana, Bhima digested that poison with the food, without sustaining any injury, for, O best of men and mighty armed one, Bhima's days had not been ended. O Krishna, it is Duryodhana who at the house standing by the banyan called Pramana bound Bhima sleeping unsuspectingly, and casting him into the Ganges returned to the city. But the powerful Bhimasena the son of Kunti, possessed of mighty arms, on waking from sleep, tore his bonds and rose from the water. It is Duryodhana who caused venomous black cobras to bite all over the body of Bhimasena, but that slayer of foes died not. Awaking, the son of Kunti smashed all the serpents and with his left hand killed the agent, viz., the favourite charioteer of Duryodhana. Again, while the children were asleep at Vrinavata with their mother, it is he who set fire to the house intending to burn them to death. Who is the capable of doing such an act? It was then that the illustrious Kunti, overtaken by this calamity, and surrounded by the flames, began to cry out in terror, speaking to the children, Alas, I am undone. How shall we escape from this fire today? Alas, I shall meet with destruction with my little children. Then Bhima, possessed of mighty arms, and prowess like unto the force of the wind, comforted his illustrious mother as also his brothers, saying, like that king of birds, Garuda, the son of Vinata, I will spring up into the air. We have no fear from this fire. And then taking his mother on his left flank, and the king in his right, and the twins on each shoulder, and Vivatsu on his back, the mighty Vrikadara, thus taking all of them, at one leap cleared the fire and delivered his mother and brother from the conflagration. Setting out that night with a renowned mother, they came near the forest of Hidimva, and while fatigued and distressed, they were sleeping fast with her. A Rakshasa woman called Hidimva approached them. Beholding the Pandavas with their mother asleep on the ground, influenced by desire she sought to have Bhimasena for her lord. The weak one then took up Bhima's feet on her lap to press them with her soft hands. The mighty Bhima, of immeasurable energy, of prowess that could not be baffled, then woke from sleep, and asked her, saying, O thou of the faultless features, what dost thou wish here? Thus asked by him, the Rakshasa lady of faultless features, capable, besides, of assuming any form at will, replied unto the high-souled Bhima, saying, Do ye speedily fly from this place. My brother gifted with strength will come to slay ye. Therefore speed and tarry not. But Bhima haughtily said, I do not fear him. If he cometh here, I will slay him. Hearing their converse, that vilest of cannibals came to the spot, of frightful form and dreadful to behold, uttering loud cries as he came. The Rakshasas said, O Hidimva, with whom dost thou converse? Bring him unto me, I will eat him up. It behoveth thee to tarry not. But moved by compassion, The Rakshasa lady of faultless features and pure heart said nothing out of pity. Then the man-eating monster, uttering dreadful cries, rushed at Bhima with great force. And approaching him furiously, the mighty cannibal, possessed with rage, caught hold of Bhima's hand with his own and clenching fast his other hand and making it hard as the thunderbolt of Indra, suddenly struck Bhima a blow that descended with the force of lightning. His hand having been seized by the Rakshasa, Vrikadara, without being able to brook it, flew into a rage. Then a dreadful combat took place between Bhimasena and Hidimva, both skilled in all weapons, and which was like unto the encounter of Vasava with Vritra. And, O sinless one, after sporting with the Rakshasa for a long while, the powerful Bhima of mighty energy slew the cannibal when the latter had become weak with exertion. Then having slain Hidimva, and taking his sister, Hidimva at their head, of whom was subsequently born Ghatotkacha, Bhima and his brothers went away. Then all those repressors of their foes, accompanied by their mother and surrounded by many Brahmanas, proceeded towards the Kachakra. In the matter of this their journey, Vyasa, ever engaged in their welfare, had become their counsellor. Then arriving at the Kachakra, the Pandavas of rigid vows there also slew a mighty cannibal, Vaka by name, terrible as Hidimva himself. And having slain that fierce cannibal, Bhima, that foremost of smiters, went with all his brothers to the capital of Drupada. And, O Krishna, as thou hadst acquired Rukmani, the daughter of Bhishmaka, even so save the Asashin, while residing there, obtained me. O slayer of Madhu, Arjuna won me in the Swayamvara, having performed a feat difficult of achievement by others and having fought also with the assembled kings. Thus, O Krishna, afflicted with numerous griefs, and in great distress, am I living, with Dharma at our head, but deprived of the company of the adorable Kunti. Why do these that are gifted with strength and possessed of the prowess of the lion, sit indifferently, beholding me thus afflicted by enemies so despicable? Suffering such wrongs at the hands of wicked and evil-doing foes of small strength, am I to burn in grief so long? Born I was in a great race, coming into the world in an extraordinary way. I am also the beloved wife of the Pandavas, and the daughter-in-law of the illustrious Pandu, the foremost of women and devoted to my husbands. Even I, O Krishna, was seized by hair, O slayer of Madhu, in the sight of the Pandavas, each of whom is like an Indra himself. Saying this, the mild-speeched Krishna hid her face with her soft hands like the buds of lotus, and began to weep. And the tears of Panchali, begot of grief, washed her deep, plump and graceful breasts crowned with auspicious marks. And wiping her eyes and sighing frequently, she said these words angrily and in a choked voice: Husbands, or sons, or friends, or brothers, or father, have I none. Nor have I thee, O thou slayer of Madhu, for ye all, beholding me treated so cruelly by inferior foes, sit still unmoved. My grief at Karna's ridicule is incapable of being assuaged. On these grounds I deserve to be ever protected by thee, O Kesava, viz., our relationship, thy respect for me, our friendship, and thy lordship over me. Vaisampayana continued. In that assembly of heroes Vasudeva then spake unto the weeping Draupadi as follows: O fair lady, the wives of those with whom thou art angry shall weep even like thee, beholding their husbands dead on the ground, weltering in blood, and their bodies covered with the arrows of Vivatsu. Weep not, lady, for I will exert to the utmost of my powers for the sons of Pandu. I promise thou shalt, once more, be the queen of kings. The heavens might fall, or the hem of it might split, the earth might be rent, or the waters of the ocean might dry up, but my words shall never be futile. Hearing those words of Akyuta in reply, Draupadi looked obliquely at her third husband, Arjuna. And, O mighty king, Arjuna said unto Draupadi, O thou of beautiful coppery eyes, grieve not. O illustrious one, it shall be even as the slayer of mad who hath said. It can never be otherwise, O beautiful one. Drishthadhyumna said, I will slay Drona, Sikandin will slay the grandfather, and Bhimasena will slay Duryodhana, and Dhananjaya will slay Karna. And, O sister, assisted by Rama and Krishna, we are invincible in battle by even the slayer himself of Vritra. What are the sons of Dhritarashtra? Vaisampayana continued. After these words had been spoken, all the heroes turned their faces towards Vasudeva, who then in their midst began to speak as follows. Section 13. Vasudeva said, O Lord of earth, if I had been present at Dwaraka, then, O King, this evil would not have befallen thee. And, O irrepressible one, coming into the gambling match, even if uninvited by the son of Ambika, Dhritarashtra, or Duryodhana, or by the other Kauravas, I would have prevented the game from taking place, by showing its many evils, summoning to my aid Bhishma and Drona and Kripa and Valaka. O exalted one, for thy sake I would have told the son of Vichitravirya, O foremost of monarchs, let thy sons have nothing to do with dice! I would have shown the many evils of dice, through which thou hast fallen into such distress, and the son of Virasena was formerly deprived of his kingdom. O King, unthought of evils befall a man from dice. I would have described how a man once engaged in the game continueth to play, from desire of victory. Women, dice, hunting and drinking, to which people become addicted in consequence of temptation, have been regarded as the four evils that deprive man of prosperity. And those versed in the sastras are of opinion that evils attend upon all these. They also that are addicted to dice know all its evils. O thou of mighty arms, appearing before the son of Ambika, I would have pointed out that through dice men in a day lose their possessions, and fall into distress, and are deprived of their untasted wealth, and exchange harsh words. O perpetuator of the Kuru race, I would have pointed out these and other attendant evils. If he had accepted my words thus addressed, the welfare of the Kurus as also virtue itself would both have been secured. And, O foremost of kings, if he had rejected my gentle counsels offered as medicine, then, O best of the Bharata race, I would have compelled him by force. And, if those who wait at his court, professing to be his friends but in reality his foes, had supported him, then I would have slain them all, along with those gamblers, the present. O Kauravya, it is owing to my absence from the Ananta country at that time that thou hast fallen into such distress begot of dice. O thou best of Kurus, O son of Pandu, on arriving at Dwarka I learnt from you Ayodhana all about thy calamity. And, O foremost of kings, directly I heard it with a heart sore agitated by grief, have I speedily come here wishing to see thee, O king. Alas! O bull of the Bharata race, ye have all fallen into dire distress. I see thee with thy brothers plunged in misfortune. Section 14. Yudhishthira said, O Krishna, why wert thou absent from the Ananta country? And, O descendant of the Vrishani race, while thou wert away, where didst thou dwell? And what didst thou do while out of thy kingdom? Krishna said, O bull of the Bharata race, I had gone for the purpose of destroying their arranging city Salwa. And, O foremost of the Kauravas, listen to the reasons I had for so doing. The heroic son of Damaghasur, the well-known King Sisupala of mighty arms and great energy, was slain by me, O best of Bharatas, at thy Rajasuya sacrifice, because that wicked one could not from anger bear to see the first worship offered to me. Hearing that he had been slain, Salwa, burning with fierce anger, came to Dwaraka, while, O Bharata, it was empty, myself being away, residing with you here. and having arrived there on a car made of precious metals and hence called the Suva, he had an encounter with the youthful princes of the Vrishni race, those bulls of that line, and fought with them mercilessly. And slaughtering many youthful Vrishnis of heroic valor, the wicked one devastated all the gardens of the city. And, O thou of mighty arms, he said, where is that wretch of the Vrishni race, Vasudeva, the evil son of Vasudeva? I will humble in battle the pride of that person so eager for fight. Tell me truly, O Anittas. I will go there where he is. And after killing that slayer of Kansa and Kasi, will I return. By my weapon I swear that I will not return without slaying him. And exclaiming repeatedly, where is he? Where is he? The Lord of Soba rusheth to this place and that, desirous of encountering me in battle. And Salwa also said, impelled by wrath for the destruction of Sesupala, I shall today send to the mansion of Yama that treacherous miscreant of mean mind. And, O king, he further said, that Janardana shall I slay, who, wretch that he is, hath killed my brother who was but a boy of tender years, and who was slain not on the field of battle, unprepared as he was. Having, O great king, wailed thus, and having, O son of the Kuru race, abused me thus, he rose into the sky on his car of precious metals capable of going anywhere at will. On returning to my kingdom, I heard what, O Kaurava, the evil-minded and wicked king of Mataka had said regarding myself. And, O descendant of the Kuru race, I was agitated with wrath, and, O king, having reflected upon everything, I set my heart upon slaying him. And, learning, O Kaurava, of his oppression of the Anittas, of his abuse of myself, and of his excessive arrogance, I resolved upon the destruction of that wretch. And, O Lord of earth, I accordingly set out from my city, for slaying there, Lord of the Soba. And searching him here and there, I found him in an island in the midst of the ocean. Then, O king, blowing my conch called the Panchajanya obtained from the sea, and challenging Salwa to combat, I stood for the fight. At that instant, I had an encounter with numerous Danavas, all of whom, however, I subdued and prostrated on the ground. O mighty armed one, it was owing to this affair that I could not then come unto thee. As soon as I heard of the unfair game of dice at Hastinapa, I have come here desirous of seeing ye who have been plunged in distress. Section 15. Yudhishthira said, O illustrious Vasudeva of mighty arms, tell thou in detail of the death of the Lord of Soba. My curiosity hath not been appeased by the narration. Vasudeva said, O mighty armed king, hearing that the son of Srutasravas, Sesupala, had been slain by me, Salwa, O best of the Brata race, came to the city of Dwaravati. And, O son of Pandu, the wicked king, stationing his forces in array, besieged that city around and above. And stationing himself in the upper regions, the king began his fight with the city. And that encounter commenced with a thick shower of weapons from all sides. And, O bull of the Brata race, the city at that time was well fortified on all sides, according to the science of fortification, with pennons, and archers, and combatants, and walls and turrets, and engines, and miners, and streets barricaded with spiked woodworks, and towers and edifices with gateways well filled with provisions, and engines for hurling burning brands and fires, and vessels of deer skins for carrying water, and trumpets, tabors, and drums, lances and forks, and satagnis, and plowshares, rockets, balls of stone, and battle-axes, and other weapons, and shield embossed with iron, and engines for hurling balls and bullets and hot liquids. And the city was also well defended by numerous cars, and, O tiger among Kurus, by Gada and Shamva and Udava and others, and by warriors of prowess tried in battle, all well-born and capable of encountering any foe, and these all placing themselves on commanding posts, aided by cavalry and standard-bearers, began to defend the town. And Ugrasena and Udava and others, to prevent carelessness, proclaimed throughout the city that nobody should drink. And all the Vrishanis and the Andakas, well knowing that they would be slain by Salwa if they behaved carelessly, remained sober and watchful. And the police soon drove out of the city all mimes and dancers and singers of the Anadta country. And all the bridges over rivers were destroyed, and boats forbidden to ply, and the trenches around the city were spiked with poles at the bottom. And the land around the city for full 2 miles was rendered uneven, and holes and pits were dug thereon, and combustibles were secreted below the surface. Our fort, O sinless one, is naturally strong and always well defended and filled with all kinds of weapons. And in consequence of the preparations made, our city was more prepared than ever to meet the foe. And, O chief of the Bharatas, in consequence of all this, the city looked like that of Indra himself. And, O king, at the time of Salwa's approach, nobody could either enter or leave the town of the Vrishnis and the Andakas without presenting the sign that had been agreed upon. And all the streets of the town and the open spaces were filled with numerous elephants and horses. And, O thou of mighty arms, the combatants were all specially gratified with allowances and wages, and rations, and weapons, and dresses. And amongst the combatants there was none who was not paid in gold, and none who was not paid at all, and none who was not somehow obliged, and none who was not of tried valour. And, O thou of eyes like lotus leaves, it was thus Dwarka, abounding in well-ordered arrangements, was defended by Ahuka, Ugrasena. Section 16. Vasudeva continued, O King of Kings, Salwa, the Lord of Sorba, came towards our city with an immense force consisting of infantry, cavalry and elephants. And the army headed by King Salwa, consisting of 4 kings of forces, occupied a level ground commanding a copious water supply, and forsaking cemeteries and temples dedicated to the gods, and sacred trees, and grounds covered by ant hills, that host occupied every other place. And the roads, leading to the city, were blocked up by the divisions of the army, and the secret entrances also were all blocked up by the enemy's camp. And, O Kauravya, like unto the Lord of Birds, Garuda, the ruler of Sorba, rushed towards Dwarka, bringing with him, O bull among men, his host equipped with all kinds of arms, skilled in all weapons, consisting of a dense display of cars and elephants and cavalry abounding in banners, and well-paid and well-fed foot soldiers possessed of great strength and bearing every mark of heroism and furnished with wonderful chariots and bows. And beholding the army of Salwa, the youthful princess of the Vrishan race resolved to encounter it sallying out of the city. And, O King, Charudishna, Samva, and the mighty warrior Pradima, O descendant of the Kuru race, sailed out, ascending on their chariots, and clad in mail, and decked with ornaments, with colours flying, resolved to encounter the mighty and countless host of Salwa. And Samva, taking up his bows, eagerly attacked on the field of battle Kshimavredi, the commander of Salwa's forces and his chief counsellor also. And, O thou foremost of Bharatas, the son of Jambavati, then began to shower arrows in a continuous stream, even as Indra showereth down rain. And, O mighty king, then Kshimavredi, the commander of Salwa's forces, bore that shower of arrows, immovable as the Himavat. And, O foremost of kings, Kshimavredi on his part, discharged at Samva mighty a volley of shafts, aided by his powers of illusion, and dispersing by counter-illusion that discharge inspired by illusion, Samva showered on his adversaries 1,000 arrows. Then pierced by the shafts on Samva and overwhelmed there with Kshimavredi, the commander of the hostile host, left the field by the help of his fleet steed. And when the wicked general of Salwa had left the field, a mighty deity called Vegavat rushed at my son. And, O best of monarchs, thus attacked, the heroic Samva, the perpetuator of the Vrishani race, bore that onset of Vegavat, keeping his ground. And, O son of Kunti, the heroic Samva, of prowess incapable of being baffled, whirling a quickly going mace, hurled it speedily at Vegavat. And, O king, struck with that mace, Vegavat fell down on the ground, like a weather-beaten and faded lord of the forest of decayed roots. And on that heroic Azura of mighty energy, being slain with the mace, my son entered within that mighty host and began to fight with all. And, O great king, a well-known Danava named Vivendaya, a mighty warrior wielding a large and powerful bow, encountered Charudishna. And, O monarch, the encounter between Charudishna and Vivendaya was as fierce as that in days of yore between Vritra and Vasava. And enraged with each other the combatants pierced each other with their arrows, uttering loud roars like unto two powerful lions. Then the son of Rukmani fixed on his bowstring a mighty weapon possessing the splendor of fire or the sun, and capable of destroying all foes, having first vivified it with incantations. Then, O monarch, that mighty warrior my son, fired with wrath, challenged Vivendaya and discharged the weapon at him. And the Danava struck with that weapon, fell down on the ground a lifeless corpse. And beholding Vivendaya slain, and the whole host waver, Salwa advanced again on his beautiful car capable of going everywhere. And, O king of mighty arms, beholding Salwa on that beautiful car of his, the combatants of Dwarka wavered with fear. But, O thou of the Kuru race, Pradama sailed out, and, O great king, bidding the Anittas be of good cheer, said, Waver ye not, and staying behold me fight I shall, by force, repel that car with Salwa on it. Ye Yadavas, this day, I shall, with my weapons like unto serpents discharge from my bow with my hand, destroy this host of the Lord of Sober. Be of good cheer, ye all. Fear not. The Lord of Sober will be slain today. Attached by me, the wretch will meet with destruction together with his car. O son of Pandu, upon Pradama speaking thus with cheerful heart, the Yadava host, O hero, remains on the field, and began to fight cheerfully. Section 17. Vasudeva continued, O bull of the Brata race, having spoken thus unto the Yadavas, the son of Rukmani, Pradama ascended his golden car. And the car he rode was drawn by excellent steeds in mail. And over it stood a standard bearing the figure of a Makara with gaping mouth and fierce as Yama. And with his steeds, more flying than running on the ground, he rushed against the foe, and the hero equipped with quiver and sword, with fingers cased in leather, twanged his bow possessed of the splendor of the lightning, with great strength, and transferring it from hand to hand, as if in contempt of the enemy, spread confusion among the Danavas and other warriors of the city of Sober. And as hot in contempt of the foe, and continuously slew the Danavas in battle, no one could mark the slightest interval between his successive shafts. And the colour of his face changed not, and his limbs trembled not. And people only heard his loud leonine roars indicative of wonderful valour. And the aquatic monster with mouth wide open, that devourer of all fishes, placed on golden flagstaff of that best of cars, struck terror into the hearts of Salwa's warriors. And, O king, Pradama, the mower of foes, rushed with speed against Salwa himself, so desirous of an encounter. And, O perpetuator of the Kuru race, braved by the heroic Pradama in that mighty battle, the angry Salwa could ill bear the challenge. And that conqueror of hostile cities, Salwa, maddened by anger, descended from his beautiful car of unchecked speed, resolved to encounter Pradama. and the people beheld the fight between Salwa and the foremost of Vrishni heroes, which was even like unto the encounter between Vasava with Vali. And, O hero, mounting on his beautiful car decked with gold and furnished with flags and flagstaffs and quivers, the illustrious and mighty Salwa began to discharge his arrows at Pradima. Pradima also, by the energy of his arms, overwhelmed Salwa in the combat by a thick shower of arrows. The king of Sorba, however, thus attacked in battle by Pradima, endured him not, but discharged at my son arrows that were like blazing fire. But the mighty Pradima parried off that arrowy shower. Beholding this, Salwa rains on my son other weapons of blazing splendor. Then, O foremost of monarchs, pierced by the shafts of Salwa, the son of Rukmini discharged without loss of time an arrow that was capable of entering the vitals of a foe in fight. And that winged shaft, shot by my son, piercing Salwa's mail, entered his heart, whereupon he fell down, in a swoon. And beholding the heroic King Salwa fallen down deprived of sense, the foremost of the Danavas fled away, rending the ground beneath their feet. And, O Lord of the earth, the army of Salwa sent up exclamations of woe and alas, seeing their king, the lord of Sorba, drop down bereft of sense. And O son of the Kuru race, regaining his senses, the mighty Salwa rose and all of a sudden discharged his arrows on Pradima. Then the heroic and mighty armed Pradima, sorely pierced by his adversary about his throat, was enfeebled on his car. And, O mighty king, wounding the son of Rukmini, Salwa sent up a shout like unto the roar of a lion, and filling the entire earth with it. And, O Bharata, when my son became senseless, Salwa, without losing a moment, again discharged at him other shafts difficult to bear, and pierced with numberless arrows and deprived of his senses, Pradima, O chief of the Kuru race, became motionless on the field of battle. Section 18. Vasudeva continued, O king, afflicted with the arrows of Salwa, when Pradima became senseless, the Vrishnis who had come to the fight were all disheartened and filled with grief. And the combatants of the Vrishni and Andaka races burst into exclamations of woe and alas, while great joy was felt by the enemy and beholding him thus deprived of sense, his trained charioteer, the son of Daruka, soon carried him off the field by the help of his steeds. The car had not gone far when that best of warriors regained his senses, and taking up his bow addressed his charioteer, saying, O son of the Suta tribe, what hast thou done? Why dost thou go leaving the field of battle? This is not the custom of the Vrishni heroes in battle. O son of the Suta, hast thou been bewildered at the sight of a Salwa in that fierce encounter? Or hast thou been disheartened, beholding the fight? Oh, tell me truly thy mind. The charioteer answered, O son of Janardana, I have not been confounded, nor hath fear taken possession of me. On the other hand, O son of Kesava, the task, I ween, of vanquishing Salwa is difficult for thee. Therefore, O hero, I am slowly retiring from the field. This wretch is stronger than thou art. It behoveth a charioteer to protect the warrior on the car, however, when he is deprived of his senses. O thou gifted with length of days, thou shouldst always be protected by me, even as it behoveth thee to protect me. Thinking that the warrior on the car should always be protected by his charioteer, I am carrying thee away. Further, O thou of mighty arms, thou art alone, while the Danavas are many. Thinking, O son of Rukmini, that thou art not equal to them in the encounter, I am going away. Vasudeva continued, when the charioteer had spoken thus, he, O Kauravya, who hath the Makara for his mark, replied unto him, saying, Turn the car. O son of Daruka, never do so again, never, O Suta, turn thou from the fight, while I am alive. He is no son of the Vrishni race who forsaketh the field or slayeth the foe fallen at his feet and crying I am thine, or killeth a woman, a boy, or an old man, or a warrior in distress, deprived of his car or with his weapons broken. Thou art born in the race of charioteers and trained to thy craft. And, O son of Daruka, thou art acquainted with the customs of the Vrishnis in battle. Versed as thou art with all the customs of the Vrishnis in battle, do thou, O Suta, never again fly from the field as thou hast done. What will the irrepressible Madhava, the elder brother of Gada, say to me when he heareth that I have left the field of battle in bewilderment, or that I have been struck on the back, a run away from the combat? What will the elder brother of Kusava, the mighty armed Baladeva, clad in blue and inebriate with wine, say, when he returneth? What also, O Suta, will that lion among men, the grandson of Sani, Satyaki, that great warrior, say on hearing that I have forsaken the fight? And, O charioteer, what will the ever-victorious Shambhava, the irrepressible Charudishna, and Gada, and Sarana, and Akrura also of mighty arms, say unto me? What also will the wives of the Vrishni heroes when they meet together, say of me, who had hitherto been considered as brave and well-conducted, respectable and possessed of manly pride? They will even say, this Bradama is a coward who cometh here, leaving the battle. Fie on him! They will never say, well done. Ridicule, with exclamation of fie, is to me or a person like me, O Suta, more than death. Therefore, do thou never again leave the field of battle. Reposing the charge on me, Hari, the slayer of Manu, hath gone to the sacrifice of the Brata lion, Yudhishthira. Therefore, I cannot bear to be quiet now. O Suta, when the brave Gritavarman was sallying out to encounter Salwa, I prevented him, saying I will resist Salwa. Do thou stay. For honouring me the son of Ridika desisted. Having left the field of battle, what shall I say unto that mighty warrior when I meet him? When that irrepressible one of mighty arms, the holder of the conch, the discus, and the mace, returneth, what shall I say unto him of eyes like lotus leaves? Satyaki, and Valadeva, and others of the Vrishni and Andaka races always boast of me. What shall I say unto them? O Suta, having left the field of battle and with wounds of arrows on my back while being carried away by thee, I shall, by no means, be able to live. Therefore, O son of Daruka, turn that car speedily, and never do so again even in times of greatest danger. I do not, O Suta, think life worth much, having fled from the field like a coward, and my back pierced with the arrows of the enemy. Hast thou ever seen me, O son of Suta, fly in fear from the field of battle like a coward? O son of Daruka, it behoved thee not to forsake the battle, while my desire of fight was not yet gratified. Do thou, therefore, go back to the field. Section 19. Vasudeva continued, thus addressed. The son of Sutaris replied in haste unto Pradama, that foremost of all endues with strength, in these sweet words, O son of Rukmani, I fear not to guide the horses on the field of battle, and I am acquainted also with the customs of the Vrishnis in war. It is not otherwise in the least. But, O thou blessed with length of days, those that guide the car are taught that the warrior on the car is, by all means, to be protected by his charioteer. Thou wert also much afflicted. Thou wert much wounded by the arrows shot by Salwa. Thou wert also deprived of thy senses, O hero. Therefore is it that I retired from the field. But, O chief of the Satwatas, now that thou hast regained thy senses without much ado, do thou, O son of Kusava, witness my skill in guiding the horses. I have been begotten by Daruka, and I have been duly trained. I will now penetrate into the celebrated array of Salwa without fear. Vasudeva continued, saying this, O hero, the charioteer, pulling the reins, began to lead the horses with speed towards the field of battle. And, O king, struck with the whip and pulled by the reins, those excellent steeds seemed to be flying in the air, performing various beautiful motion, now circular, now similar, now dissimilar, now to the right, now to the left. And, O king, those steeds, understanding as it were the intention of Daruka's son, endued with such lightness of hand, burned with energy, and seemed to go without touching the ground with their feet. That bull among men wheeled round Salwa's host so easily that they who witnessed it wondered exceedingly. And the Lord of Sorba, unable to bear that maneuver of Pradima, instantly sent 3 shafts at the charioteer of his antagonist. The charioteer, however, without taking any note of the force of those arrows, continued to go along the right. Then the Lord of Sorba, O hero, again discharged at my son by Rukmani a shower of various kinds of weapons. But that slayer of hostile heroes, the son of Rukmani, showing with a smile his lightness of hand, cut all those weapons off as they reached him. Finding his arrows cut by Pradima, the Lord of Sorba, having recourse to the dreadful illusion natural to Asuras, began to pour a thick shower of arrows. But cutting into pieces those powerful Daitya weapons shot at him in mid-career by means of his Brahma weapon, Pradima discharged winged shafts of other kings. And these, delighting in blood, warding off the shafts of Daitya, pierced his head, bosom and face. And at those wounds Salwa fell down senseless. And on the mean-minded Salwa falling down, afflicted with Pradima's arrows, the son of Rukmani aimed another arrow at him, capable of destroying every foe. And beholding that arrow worshipped by all the Dasakas, and flaming like fire and fatal as a venomous snake, fixed on the bowstring, the firmament was filled with exclamations of "Oh!" and "Alas!" Then all the celestials with Indra and the Lord of Treasures, Kubera, at the head, sent Narada and the god of wind and dews with the speed of the mind. And these 2 approaching the son of Rukmani delivered unto him the message of the celestial, saying, O hero, King Salwa is not to be slain by thee. Do thou draw back the arrow. He is unslayable by thee in fight. There breatheth not a person who cannot be killed by that arrow. O thou of mighty arms, the Creator hath ordained his death at the hands of Krishna, the son of Devaki. Let this be not falsified! Thereupon with a glad heart, Pradima withdrew that best of arrows from his excellent bow and deposited it back in his quiver. And then, O foremost of kings, the mighty Salwa, afflicted with the arrows of Pradima, rose disheartened, and speedily went away. Then, O king, the wicked Salwa, thus afflicted by the Vrishnis, mounted on his car of precious metals, and leaving Dwaraka scudded through the skies. Section 20. Vasudeva said, when Salwa had left the city of the Anittas, I returned to it, O king, on the completion of thy great Rajasuya sacrifice. On my arrival I found Dwaraka shorn of its splendor, and, O great monarch, there were not sounds of Vedic recitation or sacrificial offering, and the excellent damsels were all destitute of ornaments, and the gardens were devoid of beauty. And alarmed by the aspect, I asked the son of Hridika, saying, Why is it that the men and women of the city of the Vrishnis are so woe-begone, O tiger among men? O thou best of kings, thus asked the son of Hridika, cry to Varman, relate to me in detail the invasion of the city by Salwa, and his subsequent departure from it. And, O thou foremost of Bharatas, hearing all, even then I made up my mind to slay Salwa. And encouraging the citizens, O best of Bharatas, I cheerfully addressed King Ahuka, and Anakdantuvi, and the chief heroes of the Vrishni race, saying, Do ye, O bulls among the Yadavas, stay in the city, taking every care, and know that I go to slay Salwa. I return not to the city of Dwaravati without slaying him. I will again come to ye having compassed the destruction of Salwa together with his car of precious metals. Ye strike up the sharp and middle and flat notes of the Dindhuvi so dreadful to foes. And O thou bull of the Bharata race, thus adequately encouraged by me, those heroes cheerfully said unto me, Go and slay the enemies. And thus receiving the benedictions of those warriors with glad hearts, and causing the Brahmanas to utter auspicious words and bowing down to the best of the regenerate ones, and to Shiva also, I set out on my car unto which were yoked the horses Saviour and Sugriva, filling all sides with the clatter of my wheels, and blowing the best of conchs, the Panchajanya. And, O King, O Tiger among men, accompanied by my redoubted and victorious army consisting of the 4 kinds of the forces so persevering in battle, I set out. And leaving many countries, and mountains, crowned with trees, and pieces of water, and streams, I at last arrived at the country of Matrikavata. It is there, O thou tiger among men, that I heard that Salwa was coursing on his car of precious metals near the ocean, and I followed in his pursuit. And, O thou slayer of thy foes, having reached the main, Salwa on his car of costly metals was in the midst of the deep heaving with billows. And on seeing me from a distance, O Yudhishthira, that one of wicked soul himself challenged me repeatedly to the fight. And many arrows capable of piercing to the quick, discharged from my bow reached not his car. And at this I was wroth. And, O King, that essentially sinful wretch of Aditya's son of irrepressible energy, on his part began to shoot thousands upon thousands of arrows in torrents. And, O Bharata, he rained shafts upon my soldiers and upon my charioteer and upon my steeds. But without thinking of the shafts, we continued the conflict. Then the warriors following Salwa poured on me straight arrows by thousands. And the Asuras covered my horses and my car and Daruka with arrows capable of piercing the very vitals. And, O hero, I could not at that time see either my horses, or my car, or my charioteer Daruka. And I with my army was covered with weapons. And, O son of Kunti, superhumanly skilled in weapons, I also let fly from my bow arrows by tens of thousands, inspiring them with mantras. But as that car of costly metals was in the sky, full 2 miles off, it could not, O Bharata, be seen by my troops. They could therefore only remaining on the field of battle look on like spectators in a place of amusement, cheering me on by shouts loud as the roar of the lion, and also by the sound of their clapping. And the tinted arrows shot by the forepart of hand penetrated into the bodies of the Danavas like biting insects. And then arose cries in the car of precious metals from those that were dying of wounds by those sharp arrows and falling into the waters of the mighty ocean. And the Danavas deprived of their arms, necks, and wearing the form of Pravandas, fell, sending up tremendous roars. And as they fell they were devoured by animals living in the waters of the ocean. And then I powerfully blew the Panchajanya obtained from the waters, and graceful as the lotus stalk, and white as milk or the kanda flower or the moon or silver. And seeing his soldiers fall, Salwa the possessor of the car of precious metals, began to fight with the help of illusion. And then he began to ceaselessly hurl at me maces, and plowshares, and winged darts and lances, and javelins, and battle-axes, and swords and arrows blazing like javelins, and thunderbolts, and nooses, and broadswords, and bullets from barrels, and shafts, and axes, and rockets. And permitting them to come towards me, I soon destroyed them all by counter-illusion. And on this illusion being rendered ineffectual, he began the contest with mountain peaks. And, O Bharata, then there was darkness and light alternately, and the day was now fair, and now gloomy, and now hot, and now cold. and there was a perfect shower of coals, and ashes, and weapons. And creating such illusion the enemy fought with me. And ascertaining it I destroyed his illusion by counter-illusion. And in the due time I showered arrows all round. And then, O mighty king, the dome of heaven blazed as with 100 suns, and, O son of Kunti, with 100 moons, and thousands and 10,000s of stars. And then none could ascertain whether it was day or night, or distinguish the points of the horizon. And, becoming bewildered, I fixed on my bowstring the weapon called Pragnastra. And, O son of Kunti, the weapon went like unto flakes of pure cotton blown away by the winds. And a great fight took place, calculated to make the down on one's body stand on end. And O best of monarchs, having regained light, I again fought with the enemy. Section 21. Vasudeva said, O thou tiger among men, my great enemy King Salwa, thus encountered by me in battle, again ascended the sky. And O mighty monarch, inspired with a desire of victory, that wicked one hurled at me Satagnis, and mighty maces, and flaming lances, and stout clubs, and as the weapons came along the sky, I speedily resisted them with my swift arrows, and cut them in 2 or 3 pieces before they came at me. And there was a great noise in the welkins. And Salwa covered Daruka, and my steeds, and my car also with hundreds of straight shafts. Then, O hero, Daruka, evidently about to faint, said unto me, afflicted with the shafts of Salwa, stay in the field, because it is my duty to do so. But I am incapable of doing so any longer. My body hath become weak. Hearing these piteous words of my charioteer, I looked at him, and found the driver wounded with arrows. Nor was there a spot on his breast or the crown of his head, or body or his arms, which was not, O thou foremost of sons of Pandu, covered with shafts. And blood flowed profusely from his wounds inflicted by arrows, and he looked like unto a mountain of red chalk after a heavy shower. And, O thou of mighty arms, seeing the charioteer with the reins in his hands thus pierced and enfeebled by the shafts of Salwa in the field of battle, I cheered him up. And, O Bharata, about this time, a certain person, having his home in Dwaraka, quickly coming to my car, addressed me like a friend, delivering to me, O hero, a message from Ahuka. He seemed to be one of Ahuka's followers. And sadly and in a voice choked in sorrow, No, O Yudhishthira, he said words, O warrior, Ahuka, the lord of Dwaraka, hath said these words unto thee. O Kusava, hear what thy father's friend saith, O son of the Vrishan race, O thou irrepressible one, in thy absence today Salwa, coming to Dwaraka, hath by main force killed Vasudeva. Therefore, no need of battle any more. Cease, O Janardana. Do thou defend Dwaraka. This is thy principal duty! Hearing these words of his, my heart became heavy, and I could not ascertain what I should do and what I should not. And, O hero, hearing of that great misfortune, I mentally censured Satyaki, and Baladeva, and also that mighty Pridama. Having reposed on them the duty of protecting Dwaraka and Vasudeva, I had gone, O son of the Kuru race, to effect the destruction of Salwa's city. And in a sorrowful heart, I asked myself, doth that destroyer of foes, the mighty armed Baladeva, live, and Satyaki, and the son of Rukmani and Charudishna possessed of prowess, and Shambhava and others? For, O thou tiger among men, these living, even the bearer himself of the thunderbolt could by no means destroy Suta's son, Vasudeva. And thought I, it is plain that Vasudeva is dead, and equally plain that the others with Baladeva at the head have been deprived of life. This was my certain conclusion. And, O mighty king, thinking of the destruction of those all, I was overwhelmed with grief. And it was in this state of mind that I encountered Salwa afresh. And now I saw, O great monarch, Vasudeva himself falling from the car of precious metals. And, O warrior, I swooned away, and, O king of men, my sire seemed like unto Yayati after the loss of his merit, falling towards the earth from heaven. And like unto a luminary whose merit hath been lost saw my father falling, his headgear foul and flowing loosely, and his hair and dress disordered. And then the bow Sharanga dropped from my hand, and, O son of Kunti, I swooned away. I sat down on the side of the car. And, O thou descendant of the Bharata race, seeing me deprived of consciousness on the car, and as if dead, my entire host exclaimed, O! And alas! And my prone father, with outstretched arms and lower limbs, appeared like a dropping bird. And him thus falling, O thou of mighty arms, O hero, the hostile warriors bearing in their hands lances and axes struck grievously. And, beholding this, my heart trembled. And soon regaining my consciousness, O warrior, I could not see in that mighty contest either the car of costly metals, or the enemy Salwa, or my old father. Then I concluded in my mind that it was certainly illusion. And recovering my senses, I again began to discharge arrows by hundreds. Section 22. Vasudeva continued, Then O thou foremost of the Bharata race, taking up my beautiful bow, I began to cut off with my arrows the heads of the enemies of the celestials, from off that car of costly metals. And I began to discharge from the Sharanga many well-looking arrows of the forms of snakes, capable of going at a great height and possessing intense energy. And, O perpetuator of the Kuru race, I could not then see the car of costly metals, for it had vanished, through illusion. I was then filled with wonder. That host of Danvas then, O Bharata, of frightful visages and hair, set up a loud howl while I was waiting for it. In that fierce battle, I then, with the object of destroying them, fixed on my bowstring the weapon capable of piercing the foes if but his sound was inaudible. Upon this, their shouts ceased. But those Danavas that had sent up that shout were all slain by those shafts of mine blazing as the sun himself, and capable of striking at the perception of sound alone. And after the shout had ceased at one place, O mighty king, another yell proceeded from another quarter. Thither also I sent my shafts. In this way, O Bharata, the Asuras began to send up yells in all the 10 quarters above and across. These were all slain by me, viz., those that were in the skies and that were invisible, with arrows of diverse forms, and celestial weapons inspired with mantras. Then, O hero, that car of precious metals capable of going anywhere at will, bewildering my eyes, reappeared at Brag-Jyotisha. And then the destroying Danavas of fierce forms suddenly drowned me with the mighty shower of rocks. And, O thou foremost of monarchs, torrents of rocks falling upon me covered me up, and I began to grow like an ant-hill, with its summits and peaks. And covered along with my horses and charioteer and flagstaffs, with crags on all sides, I disappeared from sight altogether. Then those foremost of heroes of the Vrishan race who were of my army were struck with panic, and all on a sudden began to fly in all directions. And beholding me in that plight, O king, the heaven, the firmament, and the earth were filled with exclamation of "Oh!" and "Alas!" And then, O monarch, my friends filled with sorrow and grief began to weep and wail with heavy hearts. And delight filled the hearts of the enemies. And O thou who never waverest, I heard of this after I had defeated the foe. And then wielding the thunderbolt, that favourite weapon of Indra, capable of riving stones, I destroyed that entire mass of crags. But my steeds, afflicted with the weight of the stones and almost on the point of death, began to tremble. And beholding me, All my friends rejoiced again, even as men rejoice on seeing the sun rise in the sky, dispersing the clouds, and seeing my horses almost in their last gasp for breath, afflicted with that load of stones. My charioteer said unto me in words suitable to the occasion, O thou of the Vrishani race, behold Salwa, the owner of the car of precious metals, sitting yonder. Do not disregard him. Do thou exert thyself. Do thou abandon thy mildness and consideration for Salwa. Slay Salwa, O thou of mighty arms. O Kosovo, do not let him live. O hero, O thou destroyer of those that are not thy friends, enemies. An enemy should be slain with every exertion. Even a weak enemy who is under the feet of a man endued with strength should not be disregarded by the latter, that, shall I say, of one that dareth us to the fight? Therefore, O thou tiger among men, putting forth every exertion, slay him, O Lord, O thou foremost of the Vrishani race. Do thou not delay again. This one is not capable of being vanquished by milder measures. And he cannot, in my opinion, be thy friend who is fighting thee and who devastated Dwarka. O Kauntia, hearing such words of my charioteer, and knowing that what he said was true, I directed my attention to the fight, afresh, with the view of slaying Salwa and destroying the car of costly metals. And, O hero, saying unto Daruka, stay a moment, I fixed on my bowstring my favorite weapon of fire, blazing and of celestial origin, of irresistible force, and incapable of being baffled, bursting with energy, capable of penetrating into everything, and of great splendor, and saying, destroy the car of precious metals together with all those enemies that are in it. I launched with the might of my arms and in wrath with mantras, the great powerful discus Sudasana, which reduceth to ashes in battle Yakshas and Rakshasas and Danavas and kings born in impure tribes, sharp-edged like the razor, and without stain, like unto Yama the destroyer, and incomparable, and which killeth enemies. And rising into the sky, it seemed like a second sun of exceeding effulgence at the end of the Yuga. And approaching the town of Sorba, whose splendor had disappeared, the discus went right through it, even as a sword divideth a tall tree. And cut in twain by the energy of the Sudasana, it fell like the city of Tripura shaken by the shafts of Maeswara. And after the town of Sorba had fallen, the discus came back into my hands, and taking it up I once more hurled it with force, saying, Go thou unto Salwa. The discus then cleft Salwa in twain, who in that fierce conflict was at the point of hurling a heavy mace. And with its energy it set the foe ablaze. And after that brave warrior was slain, the disheartened Danava women fled in all directions, exclaiming, Oh! And alas! And taking my chariot in front of the town of the Sorba, I cheerfully blew my conch and gladdened the hearts of my friends. And beholding their town, high as the peak of the Meru, with its palaces and gateways utterly destroyed, and all ablaze, the Danavas fled in fear. And having thus destroyed the town of Sorba and slain Salwa, I returned to the Anattas and delighted my friends. And, O king, it is for this reason that I could not come to the city named after the elephant, Hastinapura, O destroyer of hostile heroes. O warrior, if I had come, Sayadana would not have been alive, or the match at ice would not have taken place. What can I do now? It is difficult to confine the waters after the dam is broken. Vaisampayana continued, having addressed the Kaurava thus, that foremost of male persons, of mighty arms, the slayer of Madhu, possessed of every grace, saluting the Pandavas, prepared for departure. And the mighty armed hero reverentially saluted Yudhishthira the just, and the king in return, and Bhima also smelt the crown of his head. And he was embraced by Arjuna, and the twins saluted him with reverence. And he was duly honored by Dharmya, and worshipped with tears by Draupadi. And causing Subhadra and Abhimanyu to ascend his golden car, Krishna mounted it himself, worshipped by the Pandavas. And consoling Yudhishthira, Krishna set out for Dwaraka on his car resplendent as the sun, and into which were yoked the horses Savya and Sugriva. And after he of the Dashaha race had departed, Drystadama, the son of Prishata, also set out for his own city, taking with him the sons of Draupadi. And the king of Chedi, Drishtaki too also, taking his sister with him, set out for his beautiful city of Saktamati, after bidding farewell to the Pandavas. And, O Bharata, the Kakeyas also, with the permission of Kunti's son possessed of immeasurable energy, having reverentially saluted all the Pandavas, went away. But Brahmanas and the Vaisyas and the dwellers of Yudhishthira's kingdom, though repeatedly requested to go, did not leave the Pandavas. O foremost of king, O bull of the Bharata race, the multitude that surrounded those high-souled ones in the forest of Kamyaka looked extraordinary. And Yudhishthira, honouring those high-minded Brahmanas, in due time ordered his men, saying, "Make ready the car." Section 23. Vaisampayana continued, after the chief of the Dashahas had departed, the heroic Yudhishthira, and Bhima, and Arjuna, and the twins, each looking like unto Shiva, and Krishna, and their priest, ascending costly cars into which were yoked excellent steeds, together went into the forest. And at time of going they distributed nishkas of gold and clothes and kine unto Brahmanas versed in Siksha and Akshara and mantras. And 20 attendants followed them equipped with bows, and bowstrings, and blazing weapons, and shafts and arrows and engines of destruction. And taking the princess's clothes and the ornaments, and the nurses and the maidservants, Indrasena speedily followed the princes on a car. And then approaching the best of Kuras, the high-minded citizens walked round him. And the principal Brahmanas of Kurujangala cheerfully saluted him. And together with his brothers, Yudhishthira the Just, on his part saluted them cheerfully. And the illustrious king stopped there a little, beholding the concourse of the inhabitants of Kurujangala. And the illustrious bull among the Kuras felt for them as a father feeleth for his sons. And they too felt for the Kuru chief even as sons feel for their father. And that mighty concourse, approaching the Kuru hero, stood around him. And, O king, affected, with bashfulness, and with tears in their eyes, they all exclaimed, "Alas, O Lord! O Dharma!" And they said, "Thou art the chief of the Kurus, and the king of us, thy subjects. Where dost thou go, O just monarch, leaving all these citizens and the inhabitants of the country, like a father leaving his sons? Fie on the cruel-hearted son of Dhritarashtra! Fie on the evil-minded son of Shivala! Fie on Karna! For, O foremost of monarchs, those wretches ever wish unto thee who art firm in virtue. Having thyself established the unrivalled city of Indraprastha of the splendour of Kailasu itself, where dost thou go, leaving it, O illustrious and just king, O achiever of extraordinary deeds? O illustrious one, leaving that peerless palace built by Maya, which possesseth the splendour of the palace of the celestials themselves, and is like unto a celestial illusion, ever guarded by the gods. Where dost thou go, O son of Dharma? And Vatsu, knowing the ways of virtue, pleasure, and profit, said unto them in a loud voice, "Living in the forest, the king intendeth to take away the good name of his enemies. O we were the regenerate ones at your head, versed in virtue and profit, do you approaching the ascetics separately and inclining them to grace, represent unto them what may be for our supreme good." Upon hearing these words of Arjuna, the Brahmanas and the other orders, O king, saluting him cheerfully walked round the foremost of virtuous men, and bidding farewell unto the son of Pritha, and Vrikadara, and Ananjaya and Yajnasani, and the twins, and commanded by Yudhishthira, they returned to their respective abodes in the kingdom with heavy hearts. Section 24. Vaisampayana said, After they had departed, Yudhishthira, the virtuous son of Kunti, unwavering in his promises, addressed all his brothers, saying, "We shall have to dwell in the solitary forest for these 12 years. Search ye, therefore, in this mighty forest for some spot abounding in birds and deer and flowers and fruits, beautiful to behold, and auspicious, and inhabited by virtuous persons, and where we may dwell pleasantly for all these years." Thus addressed by Yudhishthira, Dhananjaya replied unto the son of Dharma, after reverencing the illustrious king as if he were his spiritual preceptor. And Arjuna said, "Thou hast respectfully waited upon all the great and old rishis. There is nothing unknown to thee in the world of men. And O bull of the Bharata race, thou hast always waited with reverence upon Brahmanas, including Dwapayana and others, and Narada of great ascetic merit, who with senses under control ever goeth to the gates of all the world, from the world of the gods unto that of Brahma, including that of the Gandharvas and Apsaras. And thou knowest, without doubt, the opinions of the Brahmanas, and, O king, their prowess also. And O monarch, thou knowest what is calculated to do us good. And O great king, we will live wherever thou likest. Here is this lake, full of sacred water, called Vaitavana, abounding with flowers, and delightful to look at, and inhabited by many species of birds. If, O king, it pleaseth thee, here should we like to dwell these 12 years. Thinkest thou otherwise?" Yudhishthira replied, "O Partha, what thou hast said recommendeth itself to me. Let us go that sacred and celebrated and large lake called Vaitavana." Vaisampayana continued, "Then the virtuous son of Pandu, accompanied by numerous Brahmanas, all went to the sacred lake called Vaitavana. And Yudhishthira was surrounded by numerous Brahmanas, some of whom sacrificed with fire and some without it, and some of whom, devoted to the study of the Vedas, lived upon alms or were of the class called Vanaprasthas. And the king was also surrounded by hundreds of Mahatmas crowned with ascetic success and of rigid vows. And those bulls of the Bharata race, the sons of Pandu, setting out with those numerous Brahmanas, entered the sacred and delightful woods of Dwaita. And the king saw that mighty forest covered on the close of summer with salas, and palms, and mangoes, and madhukas, and nipas, and kadamvas, and sajjas, and arjunas, and kankas, many of them covered with flowers, and flocks of peacocks, and datayukas, and chakas, and vahins, and kokilas, seated on the tops of the tallest trees of that forest, were pouring forth their mellifluous notes. And the king also saw in that forest mighty herds of gigantic elephants, huge as the hills, with temporal juice trickling down in the season of rut, accompanied by herds of she-elephants. And approaching the beautiful Bhagavati, Saraswati, the king saw many ascetics crowned with success in the habitations in that forest, and virtuous men of sanctified souls clad in barks of trees and bearing matted locks on their heads. And descending from their cars, the king, that foremost of virtuous men, with his brothers and followers entered that forest like Indra of immeasurable energy entering heaven. And crowds of Charanas and Siddhas, desirous of beholding the monarch devoted to truth, came towards him. And the dwellers of that forest stood surrounding that lion among king possessed of great intelligence, and saluting all the Siddhas, and saluted by them in return as a king or a god should be, that foremost of virtuous men entered the forest with joined hands, accompanied by all those foremost of regenerate ones. And the illustrious and virtuous king, saluted in return by those virtuous ascetics that had approached him, sat down in their midst at the foot of a mighty tree decked with flowers, like his father, Pandu, in days before. And those chiefs of the Bharata race, viz., Bhima and Dhananjaya, and the twins and Krishna and their followers, all fatigued, leaving their vehicles, sat themselves down around that best of kings. and that mighty tree bent down with the weight of creepers, with those 5 illustrious bowmen who had come the forest sitting under it, looked like a mountain with 5 huge elephants resting on its side. Section 25. Vaisampayana said, having fallen into distress, those princes thus obtained at last a pleasant habitation in that forest. And therein those woods abounding with salad trees and washed by the Saraswati, they who were like so many Indras, began to sport themselves. And the illustrious king, that bull of the Kuru race, set himself to please all the Yatis and Munis and the principal Brahmanas in that forest, by offerings of excellent fruits and roots. And their priest, Dharmiya, endued with great energy, like unto a father to those princes, began to perform the sacrificial rites of Ishti and Paitya for the Pandavas residing in that great forest. And there came, as a guest, unto the abode of the accomplished Pandavas living in the wood after loss of their kingdom, the old Rishi Markandeya, possessed of intense and abundant energy. And that bull of the Kuru race, the high Yudhishthira, possessed of unrivalled strength and prowess, paid his homage unto that great Muni, reverenced by celestials and rishis of men, and possessed of the splendor of blazing fire. And that illustrious and all-knowing moon, of unrivalled energy, beholding Draupadi and Yudhishthira and Bhima and Arjuna, in the midst of the ascetics, smiled, recollecting Rama in his mind. And Yudhishthira the just, apparently grieved at this, asked him, saying, all these ascetics are sorry for seeing me here. Why is it that thou alone smilest, as if in glee, in the presence of these? Markandeya replied, O child, I too am sorry and do not smile in glee. Nor doth pride born of joy possess my heart. Beholding today the calamity, I recollect Rama, the son of Dasaratha, devoted to truth. Even that Rama, accompanied by Lakshman, dwelt in the woods at the command of his father. O son of Pritha, I beheld him in days of old ranging with his bow on the top of the Rishyamukha hills. The illustrious Rama was like unto Indra, the lord of Yama himself, and the slayer of Namachi. Yet that sinless one had to dwell in the forest at the command of his father, accepting it as his duty. The illustrious Rama was equal unto Sakra in prowess, and invincible in battle. And yet he had to range the forest renouncing all pleasures. Therefore should no one act unrighteously, saying, I am mighty. Kings Nabhaga and Bhagratu and others, having subjugated by truth this world bounded by the seas, finally obtained, O child, all the region hereafter. Therefore should no one act unrighteously, saying, I am mighty. And, O exalted of men, the virtuous and truthful king of Kasi and Karasur was called a mad dog for having renounced his territories and riches. Therefore should no one act unrighteously, saying, I am mighty. O best of men, O son of Pritha, the 7 righteous rishis, for having observed the ordinance prescribed by the Creator himself in the Vedas, blaze in the firmament. Therefore should no one act unrighteously, saying, I am mighty. Behold, O king, the mighty elephants, huge as mountain cliffs and furnished with tusks, transgress not, O exalted of men, the laws of the Creator. Therefore should none act unrighteously, saying, Might is mine. And, O foremost of monarchs, behold all the creatures acting according to their species, as ordained by the Creator. Therefore should none act unrighteously, saying, Might is mine. O son of Pritha, in truth, and virtue, and proper behavior, and modesty, thou hast surpassed all creatures, and thy fame and energy are as bright as fire or the sun. Firm in thy promises, O illustrious one, having passed in the woods thy painful exile, thou wilt again, O king, snatch from the Kauravas thy blazing prosperity with the help of thy own energy. Vaisampayana continued, having spoken these words unto Yudhishthira, seated in the midst of the ascetics with friends, the great Rishi having also saluted Dharma and all the Pandavas set out in a northerly direction. Section 26. Vaisampayana said, while the illustrious son of Pandu continued to dwell in the Dwaita woods, that great forest became filled with Brahmanas. And the lake within that forest, ever resounding with Vedic recitations, became sacred like a second region of Brahma. And the sounds of the yajas, the riks, the samas, and other words uttered by the Brahmanas, were exceedingly delightful to hear. And the Vedic recitations of the Brahmanas mingling with the twang of bows of the sons of Pritha, produced a union of the Brahmana and Kshatriya customs that was highly beautiful. And one evening the Rishi Vaka of the Dalvya family addressed Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, seated in the midst of the Rishis, saying, Behold, O chief of the Kurus, O son of Pritha, the Homer time is come of these Brahmanas devoted to ascetic austerities, the time when their sacred fires have all been lit up. These all, of rigid vows, protected by thee, are performing the rites of religion in this sacred region. The descendants of Bhrigu and Angiras, along with those of Vasishta and Kasyapa, the illustrious sons of Agastya, the offspring of a triol of excellent vows, in fact, all the foremost Brahmanas of the whole, are now united with thee. Listen, O son of the Kuru race born of Kunti, thyself with thy brothers, to the words I speak to thee. As aerated by the wind consumeth the forest, so Brahma energy mingling with Kshatriya energy, and Kshatriya might mingling with Brahma power, might, when they gathered force, consume all enemies. O child, ye should never desire to be without Brahmanas who wisheth to subdue this and the other world for length of days. Indeed, a king slayeth his enemies having obtained a Brahmana conversant with religion and worldly affairs and freed from passion and folly. King Vali, cherishing his subjects, practiced those duties that lead to salvation, and knew not of any other means in this world than Brahmanas. It was for this that all the desires of Virachana's son, the Asura, Vali, were ever gratified, and his wealth was ever inexhaustible. Having obtained the whole earth through the aid of the Brahmanas, he met with destruction when he began to practice wrong on them. This earth with her wealth never adoreth long as her lord a Kshatriya living without a Brahmana. The earth, however, girt by the sea, boweth unto him who is ruled by a Brahmana and taught his duties by him. Like an elephant in battle without his driver, a Kshatriya destitute of Brahmanas decreaseth in strength. The Brahmana's sight is without compare, and the Kshatriya's might also is unparalleled. When these combine, the whole earth itself cheerfully yieldeth to such a combination. As fire becoming mightier with the wind consumeth straw and wood, so kings with Brahmanas consume all foes. An intelligent Kshatriya, in order to gain what he hath not, and increase what he hath, should take counsel of Brahmanas. Therefore, O son of Kunti, for obtaining what thou hast not and increasing what thou hast, and spending what thou hast on proper objects and persons, keep thou with thee a Brahmana of reputation, of a knowledge of the Vedas, of wisdom and experience. O Yudhishthira, thou hast ever highly regarded the Brahmanas. It is for this that thy fame is great and blazeth in the three worlds. Vaisampayana continued, then all those Brahmanas who were with Yudhishthira worshipped Vaka of the Dalvya race, and having heard him praise Yudhishthira became highly pleased. And Dwaipayana and Narada and Jamadanya and Prithu's rivers, and Indradharma and Balaki and Kritashatas and Sahasrapat, and Karna's rivers and Menja and Livanaswa and Kasyapa, and Hirita and Stilakarana and Agnivesya and Sonaka, and Gritavak and Shivakana Vrihadaswa and Bhavasu, and Udharitas and Vishamitra and Sahatra and Hortravahana, these and many other Brahmanas of rigid vows then adored Yudhishthira like rishis adoring Prandara in heaven. Section 27. Vaisampayana said, exiled to the woods, the sons of Pritha, with Krishna seated in the evening, conversed with one another, afflicted with sorrow and grief. And the handsome and well-informed Krishna, dear unto her lords and devoted to them, thus spake unto Yudhishthira, then sinful, cruel, and wicked-minded son of Dhritarashtra certainly feeleth no sorrow for us, when, O king, that evil-hearted wretch, having sent thee with myself into the woods dressed in deerskin, feeleth no regret. The heart of that wretch of evil deeds must surely be made of steel when he could at that time address thee, his virtuous eldest brother, in words so harsh. Having brought thee who deservest to enjoy every happiness and never such woe, into such distress, alas, that wicked-minded and sinful wretch joyeth with his friends. O Bharata, when dressed in deerskin thou hast set out for the woods, only 4 persons, O monarch, viz., Duryodhana, Karna, the evil-minded Sakuni, and Dusasana, that bad and fierce brother of Duryodhana, did not shed tears. With the exception of these, O thou best of the Kurus, all other Kurus filled with sorrow shed tears from their eyes. Beholding this thy bed and recollecting what thou hadst before, I grieve, O king, for thee who deservest not woe and hast been brought up in every luxury. Remembering that seat of ivory in thy court, decked with jewels, and beholding this seat of cusa grass, grief consumeth me, O king. I saw thee, O king, surrounded in thy court by kings. What peace can my heart know in not beholding thee such now? I beheld thy body, effulgent as the sun, decked with sandal paste. Alas, grief depriveth me of my senses in beholding thee now besmeared with mud and dirt. I saw thee before, O king, dressed in silken clothes of pure white. But I now behold thee dressed in rags. Formerly, O king, pure food of every kind was carried from thy house on plates of gold for brahmanas by thousands. And, O king, food also of the best kind was formerly given by thee unto ascetics, both houseless and living in domesticity. Formerly, living in dry mansion, thou hadst ever filled with food of every kind plates by thousands, and worshipped the brahmanas, gratifying every wish of theirs. What peace, O king, can my heart know in not beholding all this now? And, O great king, these thy brothers, endued with youth and decked with earrings, were formerly fed by cook with food of the sweet flavour and dressed with skill. Alas, O king, I now behold them all, so undeserving of woe, living in the woods and upon what the wood may yield. My heart, O king, knoweth no peace. Thinking of this Bhimasena living in sorrow in the woods, doth not thy anger blaze up, even though it is time? Why doth not thy anger, O king, blaze up upon beholding the illustrious Bhimasena, who ever performeth everything unaided, so fallen into distress, though deserving of every happiness? Why, O king, doth not thy anger blaze upon beholding that Bhima living in the woods, who was formerly surrounded with numerous vehicles and dressed in costly apparel? This exalted personage is ready to slay all the Kurus in battle. He beareth, however, all this sorrow, only because he waiteth for the fulfillment of thy promise. This Arjuna, O king, though possessed of 2 hands, is equal, for the lightness of his hand in discharging shafts, to Kartavirya, Arjuna of 1,000 arms. He is even, to foes, like unto Yama himself at the end of the Yuga. It was by the prowess of his weapons that all the kings of the earth were made to wait upon the Brahmanas at thy sacrifice. Beholding that Arjuna, that tiger among men worshipped by both the celestials and the Danavas, so anxious, why, O king, dost thou not feel indignant? I grieve, O Bharata, that thy wrath doth not blaze up at sight of that son of Pritha in exile, that prince who deserveth not such distress and who hath been brought up in every luxury. Why doth not thy wrath blaze up at sight of that Arjuna in exile, who, on the single car, hath vanquished celestials and men and serpents? Why, O king, doth not thy wrath blaze up at sight of that Arjuna in exile who, honored with offerings of cars and vehicles of various forms and horses and elephants, forcibly took from the kings of the earth their treasures, who is the chastiser of all foes, and who at one impetus can throw full 500 arrows? Why, O king, doth not thy wrath blaze up at sight of Nakula, in exile, who so fair and able-bodied and young, is the foremost of all swordsmen? Why, O king, dost thou pardon the foe? O Yudhishthira, at sight of Madri's son, the handsome and brave Sahadeva in exile? Why doth not thy anger blaze up, O king, at sight of both Nakula and Sahadeva overwhelmed with grief, though so undeserving of distress? Why also, O king, dost thou pardon the foe at sight of myself in exile who, born in the race of Drupada and, therefore, the sister of Drishthadumna, am the daughter-in-law of the illustrious Pandu and the devoted wife of heroes? Truly, O thou best of the Brattas, thou hast no anger, else why is it that thy mind is not moved at sight of thy brothers and myself, in such distress? It is said that there is no Kshatriya in the world who is bereft of anger. I now behold in thee, however, a refutation of the proverb, that Kshatriya, O son of Pritha, who discovereth not his energy when the opportunity cometh, is ever disregarded by all creatures. Therefore, O king, thou shouldst not extend thy forgiveness to the foe. Indeed, with thy energy, without doubt, thou mayst slay them all. So also, O king, that Kshatriya who is not appeased when the time for forgiveness cometh, becometh unpopular with every creature and meeteth with destruction both in this and the other world. Section 28. Draupadi continued, on this subject, the ancient story of the conversation between Prahlada and Vali, the son of Virachana, is quoted as an example. One day Vali asked his grandfather Prahlada, the chief of the Asuras and the Danavas, possessed of great wisdom and well-versed in the mysteries of the science of duty, saying, O sire, is forgiveness meritorious or might and energy such? I am puzzled as regards this, O sire, enlighten me who ask thee this. O thou conversant with all duties, tell me truly which of these is meritorious? I will strictly obey whatever thy command may be. Thus asked, by Vali, his wise grandfather, conversant with every conclusion, replied upon the whole subject unto his grandson who had sought at his hands the resolution of his doubts. And Prahlada said, Know, O child, these two truths with certainty, viz., that might is not always meritorious and forgiveness also is not always meritorious. He that forgiveth always suffereth many evils. Servants and strangers and enemies always disregard him. No creature ever bendeth down unto him. Therefore it is, O child, that the learned applaud not a constant habit of forgiveness. The servants of an ever-forgiving person always disregard him, and contract numerous faults. These mean-minded men also seek to deprive him of his wealth. Vile servants also appropriate to themselves his vehicles and clothes and ornaments and apparel and beds and seats and food and drink and other articles of use. They do not also at the command of their master give unto others the things they are directed to give, nor do they even worship their master with that respect which is their master's due. Disregard in this world is worse than death. O child, sons and servants and attendants and even strangers speak harsh words unto the man who always forgiveth. Persons, disregarding the man of an ever-forgiving temper, even desire his wife, and his wife also becometh ready to act as she willeth. And servants also that are ever fond of pleasure, if they do not receive even slight punishments from their master, contract all sorts of vices, and the wicked ever injure such a master. These and many other demerits attach to those that are ever forgiving. Listen now, O son of Virachana, to the demerits of those that are never forgiving. The man of wrath who, surrounded by darkness, always inflicteth, by help of his own energy, various kinds of punishment on persons whether they deserve them or not, is necessarily separated from his friends in consequence of that energy of his. Such a man is hated by both relatives and strangers. Such a man, because he insulteth others, suffereth loss of wealth and reapeth disregard and sorrow and hatred and confusion and enemies. The man of wrath, in consequence of his ire, inflicteth punishments on men and obtaineth, in return, harsh words. He is divested of his prosperity soon and even of life, not to say, of friends and relatives. He that putteth forth his might both upon his benefactor and his foe, is an object of alarm to the world, like a snake that hath taken shelter in a house, to the inmates thereof. What prosperity can he have who is an object of alarm to the world? People always do him an injury when they find a hole. Therefore, should men never exhibit might in excess nor forgiveness on all occasions. One should put forth his might and show his forgiveness on proper occasions. He that becometh forgiving at the proper time and harsh and mighty also at the proper time, obtaineth happiness both in this world and the other. I shall now indicate the occasions in detail of forgiveness, as laid down by the learned, and which should ever be observed by all. Hearken unto me as I speak. He that hath done thee a service, even if he is guilty of a grave wrong unto thee, recollecting his former service, shouldst thou forgive that offender. Those also that have become offenders from ignorance and folly should be forgiven, for learning and wisdom are not always easily attainable by man. They that having offended thee knowingly, plead ignorance should be punished, even if their offences be trivial. Such crooked men should never be pardoned. The first offence of every creature should be forgiven. The second offence, however, should be punished, even if it be trivial. If, however, a person committeth an offence unwillingly, it hath been said that examining his plea well by a judicious inquiry, he should be pardoned. Humility may vanquish might, humility may vanquish weakness. There is nothing that humility may not accomplish. Therefore, humility is truly fiercer than it seemeth. One should act with reference to place and time, taking note of his own might or weakness. Nothing can succeed that hath been undertaken without reference to place and time. Therefore, do thou ever wait for place and time. Sometimes offenders should be forgiven from fear of the people. These have been declared to be times of forgiveness. And it hath been said that on occasions besides these, might should be put forth against transgressors. Draupadi continued, I, therefore, regard, O king, that the time hath come for thee to put forth thy might. And to those curse the covetous sons of Dhritarashtra who injure us always, the present is not the time for forgiveness. It behoveth thee to put forth thy might. The humble and forgiving person is disregarded, while those that are fierce persecute others. He, indeed, is a king who hath recourse to both, each according to its time. Section 29. Yudhishthira said, Anger is the slayer of men and is again their prosperer. Know this, O thou possessed of great wisdom, that anger is the root of all prosperity and all adversity. O thou beautiful one, he that suppresseth his anger earneth prosperity. That man, again, who always giveth way to anger, reapeth adversity from his fierce anger. It is seen in this world that anger is the cause of destruction of every creature. How then can one like me indulge his anger which is so destructive of the world? The angry man committeth sin. The angry man killeth even his preceptors. The angry man insulteth even his superiors in harsh words. The man that is angry faileth to distinguish between what should be said and what should not. There is no act that an angry man may not do, no word that an angry man may not utter. From anger a man may slay one that deserveth not to be slain, and may worship one that deserveth to be slain. The angry man may even send his own soul to the regions of the armor. Beholding all these faults, the wise controlled their anger, desirous of obtaining high prosperity both in this and the other world. It is for this that they of tranquil souls have banished wrath. How can one like us indulge in it then? O daughter of Drupada, reflecting upon all this, my anger is not excited one that acteth not against a man whose wrath hath been up, rescueth himself as also others from great fear. In fact, he may be regarded to be the physician of the two, viz., himself and angry man. If a weak man, persecuted by others, foolishly becometh angry towards men that are mightier than he then becometh himself the cause of his own destruction. And in respect of one who thus deliberately throweth away his life, there are no regions hereafter to gain. Therefore, O daughter of Drupada, it hath been said that a weak man should always suppress his wrath. And the wise man also who though persecuted, suffereth not his wrath to be roused, joyeth in the other world, having passed his persecutor over in indifference. It is for this reason hath it been said that a wise man, whether strong or weak, should ever forgive his persecutor even when the latter is in the straits. It is for this, O Krishna, that the virtuous applaud them that have conquered the wrath. Indeed, it is the opinion of the virtuous that the honest and forgiving man is ever victorious. Truth is more beneficial than untruth, and gentleness than cruel behavior. How can one like me, therefore, even for the purpose of slaying Duryodhana, exhibit anger which hath so many faults and which the virtuous banish from their souls? They that are regarded by the learned of foresight as possessed of true force of character are certainly those who are wrathful in outward show only. Men of learning and of true insight call him to be possessed of force of character who by his wisdom can suppress his risen wrath. O thou of fair hips, the angry man seeth not things in their true light. The man that is angry seeth not his way, nor respecteth persons. The angry man killeth even those that deserve not to be killed. The man of wrath slayeth even his preceptors. Therefore, the man possessing force of character should ever banish wrath to a distance. The man that is overwhelmed with wrath acquireth not with ease generosity, dignity, courage, skill, and other attributes belonging to real force of character. A man by forsaking anger can exhibit proper energy, whereas, O wise one, it is highly difficult for the angry man to exhibit his energy at the proper time. The ignorant always regard anger as equivalent to energy. Wrath, however, hath been given to man for the destruction of the world. The man, therefore, who wisheth to behave properly, must ever forsake anger. Even one who hath abandoned the excellent virtues of his own order, it is certain, indulgeth in wrath, if behaveth properly. If fools, of mind without light, transgress in every respect, how, O faultless one, can one like me transgress, like them? If amongst men there were not persons equal unto the earth in forgiveness, there would be no peace among men but continued strife caused by wrath. If the injured return their injuries, if one chastised by his superior were to chastise his superior in return, the consequence would be the destruction of every creature, and sin also would prevail in the world. If the man who hath ill speeches from another, returneth those speeches afterwards, if the injured man returneth his injuries, if the chastised person chastiseth in return, if fathers slay sons, and sons fathers, and if husbands slay wives, and wives husbands, then, O Krishna, how can birth take place in a world where anger prevaileth so? For, O thou of handsome face, know that the birth of creatures is due to peace. If the kings also, O Draupadi, giveth way to wrath, his subjects soon meet with destruction. Wrath, therefore, hath for its consequence the destruction and the distress of the people. And because it is seen that there are in the world men who are forgiving like the earth, it is therefore that creatures derive their life and prosperity. O beautiful one should forgive under every injury. It hath been said that the continuation of species is due to man being forgiving. He, indeed, is a wise and excellent person who hath conquered his wrath and who showeth forgiveness even when insulted, oppressed, and angered by a strong person. The man of power who controlleth his wrath hath, for his enjoyment, numerous everlasting regions, while he that is angry is called foolish, and meeteth with destruction both in this and the other world. O Krishna, the illustrious and forgiving Kashyapa hath, in this respect, sung the following verses in honor of men that are ever forgiving. Forgiveness is virtue, forgiveness is sacrifice, forgiveness is the Vedas, forgiveness is the Shruti. He that knoweth this is capable of forgiving everything. Forgiveness is Brahma, forgiveness is truth, forgiveness is stored ascetic merit, forgiveness protecteth the ascetic merit of the future, forgiveness is asceticism, forgiveness is holiness, and by forgiveness is it that the universe is held together. Persons that are forgiving attain to the regions obtainable by those that have performed meritorious sacrifices, or those that are well conversant with the Vedas, or those that have high ascetic merit. Those that perform Vedic sacrifices, as also those that perform the meritorious rites of religion, obtain the regions. Men of forgiveness, however, obtain those much adored regions that are in the world of Brahma. Forgiveness is the might of the mighty, forgiveness is sacrifice, forgiveness is quiet of mind. How, O Krishna, can one like us abandon forgiveness, which is such, and in which are established Brahma, and truth, and wisdom and the worlds? The man of wisdom should ever forgive, for when he is capable of forgiving everything, he attaineth to Brahma. The world belongeth to those that are forgiving, the other world is also theirs. The forgiving acquire honors here, and a state of blessedness hereafter. Those men that ever conquer the wrath by forgiveness, obtain the higher regions. Therefore hath it been said that forgiveness is the highest virtue. Those are the verses sung by Kashyapa in respect of those that are ever forgiving. Having listened, O Draupadi, to these verses in respect of forgiveness, content thyself. Give not weight to thy wrath. Our grandsire, the son of Santanu, will worship peace. Krishna, the son of Devaki, will worship peace. The preceptor, Drona, and Vidura called Kshatri will both speak of peace. Kripa and Sanjaya also will preach peace. And so Madatta and Uachu and Drona's son and our grandsire Vyasa, every one of them speaketh always of peace. Ever urged by these towards peace, the king, Dhritarashtra, will, I think, return us our kingdom. If however, he yieldeth to temptation, he will meet with destruction. O lady, a crisis hath come in the history of Bharatas for plunging them into calamity. This hath been my certain conclusion from some time before. Sayadana deserveth not the kingdom. Therefore hath he been unable to acquire forgiveness. I, however, deserve the sovereignty, and therefore is it that forgiveness hath taken possession of me. Forgiveness and gentleness are the qualities of the self-possessed. They represent eternal virtue. I shall, therefore, truly adopt those qualities. Section 30. Draupadi said, I bow down unto Datri and Vatri who have thus clouded thy sense. Regarding the burden thou art to bear, thou thinkest differently from the ways of thy fathers and grandfathers. Influenced by acts, men are placed in different situations of life. Acts, therefore, produce consequences that are inevitable. Emancipation is desired from mere folly. It seemeth that man can never attain prosperity in this world by virtue, gentleness, forgiveness, straightforwardness, and fear of censure. If this were not so, O Bharata, this insufferable calamity would never have overtaken thee who art so undeserving of it, and these thy brothers of great energy. Neither in those days of prosperity nor in these days of thy adversity, thou, O Bharata, hast ever known anything so dear to thee as virtue, which thou hast even regarded as dearer to thee than life. That thy kingdom is for virtue alone, that thy life also is for virtue alone, is known to Brahmanas and thy superiors and even the celestials. I think thou canst abandon Bhimasena and Arjuna and these twin sons of Madri along with myself, but thou canst not abandon virtue. I have heard that the king protecteth virtue, and virtue, protected by him, protecteth him in return. I see, however, that virtue protecteth thee not. Like the shadow pursuing a man, thy heart, O tiger among men, with singleness of purpose, ever seeketh virtue. Thou hast never disregarded thy equals, and inferiors and superiors. Obtaining even the entire world, thy pride never increased. O son of Pritha, thou ever worshippest Brahmanas, and gods, and the Pitras, with swadas, and other forms of worship. O son of Pritha, thou hast ever gratified the Brahmanas by fulfilling every wish of theirs. Yatis and sannyasins and mendicants of domestic lives have always been fed in thy house from off plates of gold where I have distributed food amongst them. And to the vanaprasthas thou always givest gold and food. There is nothing in thy house thou mayest not give unto the Brahmanas. In the Vasudeva sacrifice, that is, for thy peace, performed in thy house, the things consecrated are first offered unto guests and all creatures while thou livest thyself with what remaineth, after distribution. Ishtis Pashubandhas, sacrifices for obtaining fruition of desire, the religion's rites of ordinary domesticity, Parka sacrifices, and sacrifices of other kinds, are ever performed in thy house. Even in this great forest, so solitary and haunted by robbers, living in exile, divested of thy kingdom, thy virtue hath sustained no diminution. The Aswamedha, the Rajasuya, the Pendrika, and Gosava, these grand sacrifices requiring large gifts have all been performed by thee. O monarch, impelled by a perverse sense during that dire hour of a losing match at dice, thou didst yet stake and loss thy kingdom, thy wealth, thy weapons, thy brothers, and myself. Simple, gentle, liberal, modest, truthful, how, O king, could thy mind be attracted to the vice of gambling? I am almost deprived of my sense, O king, and my heart is overwhelmed with grief, beholding this thy distress, and this thy calamity. An old history is cited as an illustration for the truth that men are subjects to the will of God and never to their own wishes. The Supreme Lord and Ordainer of all ordaineth everything in respect of the weal and woe, the happiness and misery, of all creatures, even prior to their births, guided by the acts of each, which are even like a seed destined to sprout forth into the tree of life. O hero amongst men, as a wooden doll is made to move its limbs by the wire puller, so are creatures made to work by the Lord of all. O Bharata, like space that covereth every object, God, pervading every creature, ordaineth its weal or woe. Like a bird tied with a string, every creature is dependent on God. Every one is subject to God and none else. No one can be his own ordainer. Like a pearl on its string, or a bull held fast by the cord passing through its nose, or a tree fallen from the bank into the middle of the stream, every creature followeth the command of the Creator, because imbued with his spirit and because established in him. And man himself, dependent on the universal soul, cannot pass a moment independently. Enveloped in darkness, creatures are not masters of their own weal or woe. They go to heaven or hell urged by God himself. Like light straws dependent on strong winds, all creatures, O Bharatas, are dependent on God. And God himself, pervading all creatures and engaged in acts right and wrong, moveth in the universe, though none can say this is God. This body with its physical attributes is only the means by which God, the Supreme Lord of all, maketh every creature to reap fruits that are good or bad. Behold the power of illusion that hath been spread by God, who confounding with his illusion, maketh creatures slay their fellows. Truth-knowing munis behold those differently. They appear to them in a different light, even like the rays of the sun, which to ordinary eyes are only a pencil of light, while to eyes more penetrating seem fraught with the germs of food and drink. Ordinary men behold the things of the earth otherwise. It is God who maketh them all, adopting different processes in their creation and destruction. And, O Yudhishthira, the self-create grandsire, Almighty God, spreading illusion, slayeth his creatures by the instrumentality of his creatures, as one may break a piece of inert and samesless wood with wood, or stone with stone, or iron with iron. And the Supreme Lord, according to his pleasure, sporteth with his creatures, creating and destroying them, like a child with his toy, of soft earth. O King, it doth seem to me that God behaveth towards his creatures like a father or mother unto them. Like a vicious person, he seemeth to bear himself towards them in anger. Beholding superior and well-behaved and modest persons persecuted, while the sinful are happy, I am sorely troubled. Beholding this thy distress and the prosperity of Suayodhana, I do not speak highly of the great Ordainer, who suffereth such inequality. O sir, what fruits doth the great Ordainer reap by granting prosperity to Dhritarashtra's son, who transgresseth the ordinances, who is crooked and covetous, and who injureth virtue and religion? If the act done pursueth the Dharam none else, then certainly it is God himself who was stained with the sin of every act. If, however, the sin of an act done doth not attach to the doer, then individual might, and not God, is the true cause of acts, and I grieve for those that have no might. Section 31. Yudhishthira said, Thy speech, O Yajnasanti, is delightful, smooth and full of excellent phrases. We have listened to it carefully. Thou speakest, however, the language of atheism. O Princess, I never act, solicitous of the fruits of my actions. I give away, because it is my duty to give. I sacrifice because it is my duty to sacrifice. O Krishna, I accomplish to the best of my power whatever a person living in domesticity should do, regardless of the fact whether those acts have fruits or not. O thou of fair hips, I act virtuously, not from the desire of reaping the fruits of virtue, but of not transgressing the ordinances of the Veda, and beholding also the conduct of the good and wise. My heart, O Krishna, is naturally attracted towards virtue. The man who wisheth to reap the fruits of virtue is a trader in virtue. His nature is mean, and he should never be counted amongst the virtuous. Nor doth he ever obtain the fruits of his virtues. Nor doth he of the sinful heart, who having accomplished a virtuous act doubteth in his mind, obtain the fruits of his act, in consequence of that skepticism of his. I speak unto thee, under the authority of the Vedas, which constitute the highest proof in such matters, that never shouldst thou doubt virtue. The man that doubteth virtue is destined to take his birth in the brute species. The man of weak understanding who doubteth religion, virtue, or the words of the rishis, is precluded from regions of immortality and bliss, like Sudras from the Vedas. O intelligent one, if a child born of a good race studieth the Vedas and beareth himself virtuously, royal sages of virtuous behavior regard him as an aged sage, notwithstanding his years. The sinful wretch, however, who doubteth religion and transgresseth the scriptures, is regarded as lower even than Sudras and robbers. Thou hast seen with thy own eyes the great ascetic Markandeya of immeasurable soul come to us. It is by virtue alone that he hath acquired immortality in the flesh. Vyasa, and Vasistha, and Maitreya, and Narada, and Lomasa, and Sukha, and other rishis have all, by virtue alone, become of pure soul. Thou beholdest them with thy own eyes as furnished with prowess of celestial asceticism, competent to curse or bless, with effect, and superior to the very gods. O sinless one, these all, equal to the celestials themselves, behold with their eyes what is written in the Vedas, and describe virtue as the foremost duty. It behoveth thee not, therefore, O amiable Queen, to either doubt or censure God or act with a foolish heart. The fool that doubteth religion and disregardeth virtue, proud of the proof derived from his own reasoning, regardeth not other proofs and holdeth the rishis, who are capable of knowing the future as present as madmen. The fool regardeth only the external world capable of gratifying his senses, and is blind to everything else. He that doubteth religion hath no expiation for his offence. That miserable wretch is full of anxiety and acquireth not regions of bliss hereafter. A rejecter of proofs, a slanderer of the interpretation of the Vedic scriptures, a transgressor urged by lust and covetousness, that fool goeth to hell. O amiable one, he on the other hand, whoever cherisheth religion with faith, obtaineth eternal bliss in the other world. The fool who cherisheth not religion, transgressing the proofs offered by the rishis, never obtaineth prosperity in any life, for such transgression of the scriptures. It is certain, O handsome one, that with respect to him who regardeth not the words of the rishis or the conduct of the virtuous as proof, neither this nor the other world existeth. Doubt not, O Krishna, the ancient religion that is practiced by the good and framed by rishis of universal knowledge and capable of seeing all things. O daughter of Drupada, religion is the only raft for those desirous of going to heaven, like a ship to merchants desirous of crossing the ocean. O thou faultless one, if the virtues that are practiced by the virtuous had no fruits, this universe then would be enveloped in infamous darkness. No one then would pursue salvation, no one would seek to acquire knowledge, not even wealth, but men would live like beasts. If asceticism, the austerities of celibate life, sacrifices, study of the Vedas, charity, honesty, these all were fruitless, men would not have practiced virtue generation after generation. If acts were all fruitless, a dire confusion would ensue. For what then do rishis and gods and Gandharvas and Rakshasas, who are all independent of human conditions, cherish virtue with such affection? Knowing it for certain that God is the giver of the fruits in respect of virtue, they practice virtue in this world. This, O Krishna, is the eternal source of prosperity. When the fruits of both knowledge and asceticism are seen, virtue and vice cannot be fruitless. Call to thy mind, O Krishna, the circumstances of thy own birth as thou that heard of them, and recall also the manner in which Drishtadama of great prowess was born. These, O thou of sweet smiles, are the best proofs of the fruits of virtue. They that have their minds under control reap the fruits of their acts and are content with little. Ignorant fools are not content with even that much they get here, because they have no happiness born of virtue to acquire it in the world hereafter. The fruitlessness of virtuous acts ordained in the Vedas, as also of all transgressions, the origin and destruction of acts are, O beautiful one, mysterious even to the gods. These are not known to anybody and everybody. Ordinary men are ignorant in respect of these. The gods keep up the mystery, for the illusion covering the conduct of the gods is unintelligible. Those regenerate ones that have destroyed all aspirations, that have built all their hopes on vows and asceticism, that have burnt all their sins and have acquired minds where quest and peace and holiness well, understand all these. Therefore, though you mayst not see the fruits of virtue, thou shouldst not yet doubt religion or gods. Thou must perform sacrifices with a will, and practice charity without insolence. Acts in this world have their fruits, and virtue also is eternal. Brahma himself told this unto his spiritual sons, as testified to by Kashyapa. Let thy doubt, therefore, O Krishna, be dispelled like mist. Reflecting upon all this, let thy skepticism give way to faith. Slander not God, who is the Lord of all creatures. Learn how to know him. Bow down unto him. Let not thy mind be such. And, O Krishna, never disregard that supreme being through whose grace mortal man, by piety, acquireth immortality. Section 32. Draupadi said, I do not ever disregard or slander religion, O son of Pritha. Why should I disregard God, the Lord of all creatures? Afflicted with woe, know me, O Bharata, to be only raving. I will once more indulge in lamentations. Listen to me with attention, O persecutor of all enemies. Every conscious creature should certainly act in this world. It is only the immobile, and not other creatures, that may live without acting. The calf, immediately after its birth, sucketh a mother's teat. Persons feel pain in consequence of incantations performed with their statues. It seemeth, therefore, O Yudhishthira, that creatures derive the character of their lives from their acts of former lives. Amongst mobile creatures man differeth in this respect, that he aspireth, O bull of the Brata race, to affect his course of life in this and the other world by means of his acts. Impelled by the inspiration of a former life, all creatures visibly reap, in this world, the fruits of their acts. Indeed, all creatures live according to the inspiration of a former life, even the Creator and the Ordainer of the universe, like a crane that liveth on the water, and taught by any one. If the creature acteth not, its course of life is impossible. In the case of a creature, therefore, there must be action and not inaction. Thou also shouldest act, and not incur censure by abandoning action. Cover thyself up, as with an armor, with action. There may or may not be even 1 in 1,000 who truly knoweth the utility of acts or work. One must act for protecting as also increasing his wealth, for if without seeking to earn, one continueth to only spend, his wealth, even if it were a hoard huge as Himavat, would soon be exhausted. All the creatures in the world would have been exterminated if there were no action. If also acts bore no fruits, creatures would never have multiplied. It is even seen that creatures sometimes perform acts that have no fruits, for without acts the course of life itself would be impossible. Those persons in the world who believe in destiny, and those again who believe in chance, are both the worst among men. Those only that believe in the efficacy of acts are audible. He that layeth at ease, without activity, believing in destiny alone, is soon destroyed like an unburnt earthen pot in water. So also he that believeth in chance, that is, sitteth inactive though capable of activity, liveth not long, for his life is one of weakness and helplessness. If any person accidentally acquireth any wealth, it is said he deriveth it from chance, for no one's effort hath brought about the result. And, O son of Pritha, whatever of good fortune a person obtaineth in consequence of religious rites, that is called providential. The fruit, however, that a person obtaineth by acting himself, and which is the direct result of those acts of his, is regarded as proof of personal ability. And, O best of men, know that the wealth one obtaineth spontaneously and without cause is said to be a spontaneous acquisition. Whatever is thus obtained by chance, by providential dispensation, spontaneously, of as the result of one's acts is, however, the consequence of the acts of a former life. And God, the Ordainer of the universe, judging according to the acts of former lives, distributeth among men their portions in this world. Whatever acts, good or bad, a person performeth, know that they are the result of God's arrangements agreeably to the acts of a former life. This body is only the instruments in the hands of God, for doing the acts that are done. Itself, inert, it doth as God urgeth it to do. O son of Kunti, it is the Supreme Lord of all who maketh all creatures do what they do. The creatures themselves are inert. O hero, man, having first settled some purpose in his mind, accomplisheth it, himself working with the aid of his intelligence. We, therefore, say that man is himself the cause of what he doeth. O bull among men, it is impossible to number the acts of men, for mansions and towns are the result of man's acts. Intelligent men know, by help of their intellect, that oil may be had from sesame, curds from milk, and that food may be cooked by means of igniting fuel. They know also the means for accomplishing all these. And knowing them, they afterwards set themselves, with proper appliances, to accomplish them. And creatures support their lives by the results achieved in these directions by their own acts. If a work is executed by a skilled workman, it is executed well. From differences in characteristics, another work may be said to be that of an unskillful hand. If a person were not, in the matter of his acts, himself the cause thereof, then sacrifices would not bear any fruits in his case, nor would anybody be a disciple or a master. It is because a person is himself the cause of his work that he is applauded when he achieved success. So the doer is censured if he faileth. If a man were not himself the cause of his acts, how would all this be justified? Some say that everything is the result of providential dispensation, others again, that this is not so, but that everything which is supposed to be the result of destiny or chance is the result of the good or the bad acts of former lives. It is seen, possessions are obtained from chance, as also from destiny, something being from destiny and something from chance. Something is obtained by exertion. In the acquisition of these objects, there is no fourth cause in the case of man. Thus say those that are acquainted with truth and skilled in knowledge. If, however, God himself were not the giver of good and bad fruits, then amongst creatures there would not be any that was miserable. If the effect of former acts be a myth, then all purposes for which man would work should be successful. They, therefore, that regard the three alone, mentioned above, as the doors of all success and failure in the world, without regarding the acts of former life, are dull and inert like the body itself. For all this, however, a person should act. This is the conclusion of man himself. The person that doth not act, certainly succumbeth, O Yudhishthira. The man of action in this world generally meeteth with success. The idle, however, never achieveth success. If success becometh impossible, then should one seek to remove the difficulties that bar his way to success. And, O king, if a person worketh hard, his debt to the gods is cancelled, whether he achieveth success or not. The person that is idle and layeth at his length is overcome by adversity, while he that is active and skillful is sure to reap success and enjoy prosperity. Intelligent persons engaged in acts with confidence in themselves regard all who are diffident as doubting and unsuccessful. The confident and faithful, however, are regarded by them as successful. And this moment misery hath overtaken us. If, however, thou betakest to action, that misery will certainly be removed. If thou meetest failure, then that will furnish a proof unto thee and Vrikadara and the Vatsuan that wins, that ye are unable to snatch the kingdom from the foe. The acts of others, it is seen, are crowned with success. It is probable that ours also will be successful. How can one know beforehand what the consequence will be? Having exerted thyself, thou wilt know what the fruit of thy exertion will be. The tiller tilleth with the plough the soil, and soweth the seeds thereon. He then sitteth silent, for the clouds, after that, are the cause that would help the seeds to grow into plants. If, however, the clouds favour him not, the tiller is absolved from all blame. He saith unto himself, What others do, I have done. If, notwithstanding this, I meet with failure, no blame can attach to me. Thinking so, he containeth himself and never indulgeth in self-reproach. O Bharata, no one should despair saying, Oh, I am acting, yet success is not mine. For there are two other causes, besides exertion, towards success. Whether there be success or failure, there should be no despair, for success in acts dependeth upon the union of many circumstances. If one important element is wanting, success doth not become commensurate, or doth not come at all. If, however, no exertion is made, there can be no success. Nor is there anything to applaud in the absence of all exertion. The intelligent, aided by their intelligence, and according to their full might bring place, time, means, auspicious rights, for the acquisition of prosperity. With carefulness and vigilance should one set himself to work, his chief guide being his prowess. In the union of qualities necessary for success in work, prowess seemeth to be the chief. When the man of intelligence seeth his enemy superior to him in many qualities, he should seek the accomplishment of his purposes by means of the arts of conciliation and proper appliances. He should also wish evil unto his foe and his banishment. Without speaking of mortal man, if his foe were even the ocean or the hills, he should be guided by such motives. A person, by his activity in searching for the holes of his enemies, dischargeth his debt to himself as also to his friends. No man should ever disparage himself, for the man that disparageth himself never earneth high prosperity. O Bharata, success in this world is attainable on such conditions. In fact, success in the world is said to depend on acting according to time and circumstances. My father formerly kept a learned Brahmana with him. O bull of the Bharata race, he said all this unto my father. Indeed, these instructions as to duty, uttered by Vrihaspati himself, were first taught to my brothers. It was from them that I heard these afterwards while in my father's house. And, O Yudhishthira, while at intervals of business, I went out of the inner apartments, and sat on the lap of my father, that learned Brahmana used to recite unto me these truths, sweetly consoling me therewith. Section 33. Vaisampayana said, hearing these words of Yajnasan, Bhimasena, sighing in wrath, approached the king and addressed him, saying, Walk, O monarch, in the customary path trodden by good men before thee, in respect of kingdoms. What do we gain by living in the asylum of ascetics, thus deprived of virtue, pleasure, and profit? It is not by virtue, nor by honesty, nor by might, but by unfair dice, that our kingdom hath been snatched by Duryodhana. Like the weak offal-eating jackal snatching the prey from mighty lions, he hath snatched away our kingdom. Why, O monarch, in obedience to the trite merit of sticking to a promise, dost thou suffer such distress, abandoning that wealth which is the source of both virtue and enjoyment? It was for thy carelessness, O king, that our kingdom, protected by the wielder of the Gandiva and therefore incapable of being wrested by Indra himself, was snatched from us in our very sight. It was for thee, O monarch, that, ourselves living, our prosperity was snatched away from us like a fruit from one unable to use his arms, or like kine from one incapable of using his legs. Thou art faithful in the acquisition of virtue. It was to please thee, O Bharata, that we have suffered ourselves to be overwhelmed with such dire calamity. O bull of the Bharata race, it was because we are subject to thy control that we are thus tearing the hearts of our friends and gratifying our foes. That we did not, in obedience to thee, even then slay their sons of Dhritarashtra, is an act of folly on our part that grieveth me sorely. This thy abode, O king, in the woods, like that of any wild animal, is what a man of weakness alone would submit to. Surely, no man of might would ever lead such a life. This thy course of life is approved neither by Krishna, nor Vatsu, nor by Abhimanyu, nor by the Srinjayas, nor by myself, nor by the sons of Madri. Afflicted with the vows, thy cry is religion. Religion. Hast thou from despair been deprived of thy manliness? cowards alone, unable to win back their prosperity, cherish despair, which is fruitless and destructive of one's purposes. Thou hast ability and eyes. Thou sayest that manliness dwelleth in us. It is because thou hast adopted a life of peace that thou feelest not this distress. These Dhritarashtras regard us who are forgiving as really incompetent. This, O king, grieveth me more than death in battle. If we all die in fair fight without turning our backs on the foe, even that would be better than this exile, for then we should obtain regions of bliss in the other world. Or, if, O bull of the Bharata race, having slain them all, we acquire the entire earth, that would be prosperity worth the trial. We whoever adhere to the customs of our order, whoever desire grand achievements, who wish to avenge our wrongs, have this for our bounden duty. Our kingdom wrested from us, if we engage in battle, our deeds when known to the world will procure for us fame and not be slander. And that virtue, O king, which tortureth one's own self and friends, is really no virtue. It is rather vice, producing calamities. Virtue is sometimes also the weakness of men. And though such a man might ever be engaged in the practice of virtue, yet both virtue and profit forsake him, like pleasure and pain forsaking a person that is dead. He that practiseth virtue for virtue's sake always suffereth. He can scarcely be called a wise man, for he knoweth not the purposes of virtue, like a blind man incapable of perceiving the solar light. He that regardeth his wealth to exist for himself alone, scarcely understandeth the purposes of wealth. He is really like a servant that tendeth kine in a forest. He again that pursueth wealth too much without pursuing virtue and enjoyments, deserveth to be censured and slain by all men. He also that ever pursueth enjoyments without pursuing virtue and wealth, loseth his friends and virtue and wealth also. Destitute of virtue and wealth, such a man, indulging in pleasure at will, at the expiration of his period of indulgence, meeteth with certain death, like a fish when the water in which it liveth hath been dried up. It is for these reasons that they that are wise are ever careful of both virtue and wealth, for a union of virtue and wealth is the essential requisite of pleasure, as fuel is the essential requisite of fire. Pleasure hath always virtue for its root, and virtue also is united with pleasure. Know, O monarch, that both are dependent on each other like the ocean and the ocean causing the clouds and the clouds filling the ocean. The joy that one feeleth in consequence of contact with objects of touch or of possession of wealth, is what is called pleasure. It existeth in the mind, having no corporeal existence that one can see. He that wisheth to obtain wealth seeketh for a large share of virtue to crown his wish with success. He that wisheth for pleasure seeketh wealth, so that his wish may be realized. Pleasure, however, yieldeth nothing in its turn. One pleasure cannot lead to another, being its own fruit, as ashes may be had from wood, but nothing from those ashes in their turn. And, O king, as a fowler killeth the birds we see, so doth sin slay the creatures of the world. He, therefore, who misled by pleasure or covetousness, beholdeth not the nature of virtue, deserveth to be slain by all, and becometh wretched both here and hereafter. It is evident, O king, that thou knowest that pleasure may be derived from the possession of various objects of enjoyment. Thou also well knowest their ordinary states, as well as the great changes they undergo. At their loss or disappearance occasioned by decrepitude or death, ariseth what is called distress. That distress, O king, hath now overtaken us. The joy that ariseth from the five senses, the intellect and the heart, being directed to the objects proper to each, is called pleasure. That pleasure, O king, is, as I think, one of the best fruits of our actions. Thus, O monarch, one should regard virtue, wealth and pleasure one after another. One should not devote oneself to virtue alone, nor regard wealth as the highest object of one's wishes, nor pleasure, but should ever pursue all three. The scriptures ordain that one should seek virtue in the morning, wealth at noon, and pleasure in the evening. The scriptures also ordain that one should seek pleasure in the first portion of life, wealth in the second, and virtue in the last. And, O thou foremost of speakers, they that are wise and fully conversant with proper division of time, pursue all three, virtue, wealth, and pleasure, dividing their time duly. O son of the Kuru race, whether independence of these three, or their possession is the better for those that desire happiness, should be settled by thee after careful thought. And thou shouldst then, O king, unhesitatingly act either for acquiring them, or abandoning them all. For he who liveth wavering between the two doubtingly, leadeth a wretched life. It is well known that thy behaviour is ever regulated by virtue. Knowing this, thy friends counsel thee to act. Gift, sacrifice, respect for the wise, study of the Vedas, and honesty, these, O king, constitute the highest virtue and are efficacious both here and hereafter. These virtues, however, cannot be attained by one that hath no wealth, even if, O tiger among men, he may have infinite other accomplishments. The whole universe, O king, dependeth upon virtue. There is nothing higher than virtue. And virtue, O king, is attainable by one that hath plenty of wealth. Wealth cannot be earned by leading a mendicant life, nor by a life of feebleness. Wealth, however, can be earned by intelligence directed by virtue. In thy case, O king, begging, which is successful with Brahmanas, hath been forbidden. Therefore, O bull amongst men, strive for the acquisition of wealth by exerting thy might and energy. Neither mendicancy, nor the life of a Sudra is what is proper for thee. Might and energy constitute the virtue of the Kshatriya in especial. Adopt thou, therefore, the virtue of thy order and slay the enemies. Destroy the might of Dhritarashtra's sons, O son of Pritha, with my Indrajana's aid. They that are learned and wise say that sovereignty is virtue. Acquire sovereignty, therefore, for it behoveth thee not to live in a state of inferiority. Awake, O king, and understand the eternal virtues of the order. By birth thou belongest to an order whose deeds are cruel and are a source of pain to man. Cherish thy subjects and reap the fruit thereof. That can never be a reproach. Even this, O king, is the virtue ordained by God himself for the order to which thou belongest. If thou toilest away therefrom, thou wilt make thyself ridiculous. Deviation from the virtues of one's own order is never applauded. Therefore, O thou of the Kuru race, making thy heart what it ought to be, agreeably to the order to which thou belongest, and casting away this course of feebleness, summon thy energy and bear thy weight like one that beareth it manfully. No king, O monarch, could ever acquire the sovereignty of the earth or prosperity or affluence by means of virtue alone. Like a fowler earning his food in the shape of swarms of little easily tempted game, by offering them some attractive food, doth one that is intelligent acquire a kingdom, by offering bribes unto low and covetous enemies. Behold, O bull among kings, the Asuras, though elder brothers in possession of power and affluence, were all vanquished by the gods through stratagem. Thus, O king, everything belongeth to those that are mighty. And, O mighty armed one, slay thy foes, having recourse to stratagem. There is none equal unto Arjuna in wielding the bow in battle. Nor is there anybody that may be equal unto me in wielding the mace. Strong men, O monarch, engage in battle depending on their might, and not on the force of numbers nor on information of the enemy's plans procured through spies. Therefore, O son of Bandu, exert thy might. Might is the root of wealth. Whatever else is said to be its root is really not such. As the shade of the tree in winter goeth for nothing, so without might everything else becometh fruitless. Wealth should be spent by one who wisheth to increase his wealth, after the manner, O son of Kunti, of scattering seeds on the ground. Let there be no doubt then in thy mind. Where, however, wealth that is more or even equal is not to be gained, there should be no expenditure of wealth. For investment of wealth are like the ass, scratching, pleasurable at first but painful afterwards. Thus, O king of men, the person who throweth away like seeds a little of his virtue in order to gain a larger measure of virtue, is regarded as wise. Beyond doubt, it is, as I say, they that are wise alienate the friends of the foe that owneth such, and having weakened him by causing those friends to abandon him thus, they then reduce him to subjection. Even they that are strong, engage in battle depending on their courage. One cannot by even continued efforts, uninspired by courage, or by the arts of conciliation, always conquer a kingdom. Sometimes, O king, men that are weak, uniting in large numbers, slay even a powerful foe, like bees killing the despoiler of the honey by force of numbers alone. As regards thyself, O king, like the sun that sustaineth as well as slayeth creatures by his rays, adopt thou the ways of the sun, to protect one's kingdom and cherish the people duly, as done by our ancestors, O king, is, it hath been heard by us, a kind of asceticism mentioned even in the Vedas. By asceticism, O king, a Kshatriya cannot acquire such regions of blessedness as he can by fair fight, whether ending in victory or defeat. Beholding, O king, this thy distress, the world hath come to the conclusion that light may forsake the sun and grace the moon. And, O king, good men separately as well as assembling together, converse with one another, applauding thee and blaming the other. There is this, moreover, O monarch, viz., that both the Kuras and the Brahmanas, assembling together, gladly speak of thy firm adherence to truth, in that thou hast never, from ignorance, from meanness, from covetousness, or from fear, uttered an untruth. Whatever sin, O monarch, a king committeth in acquiring dominion, he consumeth it all afterwards by means of sacrifices distinguished by large gifts. Like the moon emerging from the clouds, the king is purified from all sins by bestowing villages on Brahmanas and kine by thousands. Almost all the citizens as well as the inhabitants of the country, young or old, O son of the Kuru race, praise thee, O Yudhishthira. This also, O Bharata, the people are saying amongst themselves, viz., that as milk in a bag of dog's hide, as the Vedas in a Sudra, as truth in a robber, as strength in a woman, so is sovereignty in Duryodhana. Even women and children are repeating this, as if it were a lesson they seek to commit to memory. O repressor of foes, thou hast fallen into this state along with ourselves. Alas, we also are lost with thee for this calamity of thine. Therefore, ascending in thy car furnished with every implement, and making the superior Brahmanas utter benedictions on thee, march thou with speed, even this very day, upon Hastinapura, in order that thou mayst be able to give unto Brahmanas the spoils of victory. Surrounded by thy brothers, who are firm wielders of the bow, and by heroes skilled in weapons and like unto snakes of virulent poison, set thou out even like the slayer Vrittara surrounded by the Marutas. And, O son of Kunti, as thou art powerful, grind thou with thy might thy weak enemies, like Indra grinding the Asuras, and snatch thou from Dhritarashtra's son the prosperity he enjoyeth. There is no mortal that can bear the touch of the shafts furnished with the feathers of the vulture and resembling snakes of virulent poison, that would be shot from the Gandiva. And, O Bharata, there is not a warrior, nor an elephant, nor a horse, that is able to bear the impetus of my mace when I am angry in battle. Why, O son of Kunti, should we not wrest our kingdom from the foe, fighting with the aid of the Saranjayas and Kakiyas, and the bull of the Vrishni race. Why, O king, should we not succeed in wresting their sovereignty of the earth that is now in the hands of the foe, if, aided by a large force, we do but strive? Section 34. Vaisampayana said, thus addressed by Bhimasena, the high-souled king Ajatasattu, firmly devoted to truth, mustering his patience, after a few moments said these words, no doubt, O Bharata, all this is true. I cannot reproach thee for thy torturing me thus by piercing me with thy arrowy words. From my folly alone hath this calamity come against you. I sought to cast the dice, desiring to snatch from Dhritarashtra's son his kingdom with sovereignty. It was therefore that cunning gambler, Shuvala's son, played against me on behalf of Sayadana. Sakuni, a native of the hilly country, is exceedingly artful. Casting the dice in the presence of the assembly, unacquainted as I am with artifices of any kind, he vanquished me artfully. It is, therefore, O Bhimasena, that we have been overwhelmed with this calamity. Beholding the dice favourable to the wishes of Sakuni in odds and evens, I could have controlled my mind. Anger, however, driveth off a person's patience. O child, the mind cannot be kept under control when it is influenced by odor, vanity, or pride. I do not reproach thee, O Bhimasena, for the words thou usest. I only regard that what hath befallen us was preordained. When King Duryodhana, the son of Dhritarashtra, coveting our kingdom, plunged us into misery and even slavery, then, O Bhima, it was Draupadi that rescued us. When summoned again to the assembly for playing once more, thou knowest as well as Arjuna what Dhritarashtra's son told me, in the presence of all the Bharatas, regarding the stake for which we were to play. His words were, O Prince Ajatasattu, if vanquished, thou shalt have with all thy brothers did well, to the knowledge of all men, for 12 years in the forest of thy choice, passing the 13th year in secrecy. If during the latter period, the spies of the Bharatas, hearing of thee, succeed in discovering thee, thou shalt have again to live in the forest for the same period, passing once more the last year in secrecy. Reflecting upon this, pledge thyself to it. As regards myself, I promise truly in this assembly of the Kuras, that if thou canst pass this time confounding my spies and undiscovered by them, then, O Bharata, this kingdom of the 5 rivers is once more thine. We also, O Bharata, if vanquished by thee, and shall, all of us, abandoning all our wealth, pass the same period, according to the same rules. Thus addressed by the prince, I replied unto him in the midst of all the Kuras, so be it. The wretched game then commenced. We were vanquished and have been exiled. It is for this that we are wandering miserably over different woody regions abounding with discomfort. Sayadana, however, still dissatisfied, gave himself up to anger, and urged the Kuras as also all those under his sway to express their joy at our calamity. Having entered into such an agreement in the presence of all good men, who doth break it for the sake of a kingdom on earth? For a respectable person, I think, even death itself is lighter than the acquisition of sovereignty by an act of transgression. At the time of the play, thou hadst desired to burn my hands. Thou wert prevented by Arjuna, and accordingly didst only squeeze thy own hands. If thou couldst do what thou hadst desired, could this calamity befall us? Conscious of thy prowess, why didst thou not, O Bhima, say so before we entered into such an agreement? Overwhelmed with the consequence of our pledge, and the time itself having passed, what is the use of thy addressing me these harsh words? O Bhima, this is my great grief that we could not do anything even beholding Draupadi persecuted in that way. My heart burneth as if I have drunk some poisonous liquid. Having, however, given that pledge in the midst of the Kuru heroes, I am unable to violate it now. Wait, O Bhima, for the return of our better days, like the scatterer of seeds waiting for the harvest. When one that hath been first injured succeedeth in revenging himself upon his foe at a time when the latter's enmity hath borne fruit and flowers, he is regarded to have accomplished a great thing by his prowess. Such a brave person earneth undying fame. Such a man obtaineth great prosperity. His enemies bow down unto him, and his friends gather round him, like the celestials clustering round Indra for protection. But no, O Bhima, my promise can never be untrue. I regard virtue as superior to life itself and a blessed state of celestial existence. Kingdom, sons, fame, wealth, all these do not come up to even a 16th part of truth. Section 35. Bhima said, O king, unsubstantial as thou art like froth, unstable like a fruit, falling when ripe, dependent on time, and mortal, having entered into an agreement in respect of time, which is infinite and immeasurable, quick like a shaft, or flowing like a stream, and carrying everything before it like death itself, how canst regard it as available by thee? How can he, O son of Kunti, wait whose life is shortened every moment, even like a quantity of collyrium that is lessened each time a grain is taken up by the needle? He only whose life is unlimited, or who knoweth with certitude what the period of his life is, and who knoweth the future as if it were before his eyes, can indeed wait for the arrival of unexpected time. If we wait, O king, for 13 years, that period, shortening our lives, will bring us nearer to death. Death is sure to overtake every creature having a corporeal existence. Therefore, we should strive for the possession of our kingdom before we die. He that faileth to achieve fame, by failing to chastise his foes, is like an unclean thing. He is a useless burden on the earth, like an incapacitated bull, and perisheth ingloriously. The man who, destitute of strength and courage, chastiseth not his foes, liveth in vain. I regard such a one as low-born. Thy hand can rain gold. Thy fame spreadeth over the whole earth, slaying thy foes. Therefore, in battle, enjoy thou the wealth acquired by the might of thy arms. O represser of all foes, O king, if a man slaying his injurer goeth the very day into hell, that hell becometh heaven to him. O king, the pain one feeleth in having to suppress one's wrath is more burning than fire itself. Even now I burn with it and cannot sleep in the day or the night. This son of Pritha, called Vatsu, is foremost in drawing the bowstring. He certainly burneth with grief, though he liveth here like a lion in his den. This one that desireth to slay without aid all wielders of the bow on earth, represseth their wrath that riseth in his breast, like a mighty elephant. Nakula, Sahadeva, and old Kunti, that mother of heroes, are all dumb, desiring to please thee. And all our friends along with the Saranjayas equally desire to please thee. I alone, and Prathavindaya's mother speak unto thee burning with grief. Whatever I speak unto thee is agreeable to all of them, for all of them plunged in distress, eagerly wish for battle. Then, O monarch, what more wretched a calamity can overtake us that our kingdom should be wrested from us by weak and contemptible foes and enjoyed by them? O king, from the weakness of thy disposition thou feelest shame in violating thy pledge. But, O slayer of foes, no one applaudeth thee for thus suffering such pain in consequence of the kindliness of thy disposition. Thy intellect, O king, seeth not the truth, like that of a foolish and ignorant person of high birth who hath committed the words of the Vedas to memory without understanding their sense. Thou art kind like a Brahmana. How hast thou been born in the Kshatriya order? They that are born in the Kshatriya order are generally of crooked hearts. Thou hast heard, recited, the duties of kings, as promulgated by Manu, fraught with crookedness and unfairness and precepts opposed to tranquility and virtue. Why dost thou then, O king, Forgive the wicked sons of Dhritarashtra. Thou hast intelligence, prowess, learning and high birth. Why dost thou then, O tiger among men, act in respect of thy duties, like a huge snake that is destitute of motion? O son of Kunti, he that desireth to conceal us, only wisheth to conceal the mountains of Himavat by means of a handful of grass. O son of Pritha, known as thou art over whole earth, thou wilt not be able to live unknown, like the sun that can never course through the sky unknown to men. Like a large tree in a well-watered region with spreading branches and flowers and leaves, or like Indra's elephant, how will Jaisha live unknown? How also will these children, the brothers, Nakula and Sahadeva, equal unto a couple of young lions, both live in secret? How, O son of Pritha, will Krishna, the daughter of Drupada, a princess and mother of heroes, of virtuous deeds and known over all the world, live unknown? Me also, everybody knoweth from my boyhood. I do not see how I can live unknown. As well mighty mountains of Meru be sought to be concealed. Then, again, many kings had been expelled by us from their kingdom. These kings and princes will all follow the bad son of Dhritarashtra, for robbed and exiled by us, they have not still become friendly. Desiring to do good unto Dhritarashtra, they will certainly seek to injure us. They will certainly set against us numerous spies in disguise. If these discover us and report their discovery, a great danger will overtake us. We have already lived in the woods full 13 months. Regard them, O king, for their length as 13 years. The wise have said that a month is a substitute for a year, like the pot herb that is regarded as a substitute for the soma. Or, if thou breakest thy pledge, O king, thou mayst free thyself from this sin by offering good savoury food to a quiet bull carrying sacred burdens. Therefore, O king, resolve thou to slay thy enemies. There is no virtue higher than fighting, for every kshatriyu. Section 36. Vaisampayana said, hearing those words of Bhima, Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, tiger among men and slayer of all foes, began to sigh heavily, and reflect in silence. And he thought within himself, I have heard recited the duties of kings, also all truths about the duties of the different orders. He is said to observe those duties truly who keepeth them before his eyes, so as to regulate his conduct both in the present and the future, knowing as I do the true course of virtue, which, however, is so very difficult of being known. How can I forcibly grind virtue down like grinding the mountains of Meru? Having reflected so for a moment, and settled what he should do, he replied unto Bhima as follows without allowing him another word. O thou of mighty arms, it is even so as thou hast said. But, O thou foremost of speakers, listen now to another word I say. Whatever sinful deeds, O Bhima, one seeketh to achieve, depending on his courage alone, become always a source of pain. But, O thou of mighty arms, whatever is begun with deliberation, with well-directed prowess, with all appliances, and much previous thought, is seen to succeed. The gods themselves favour such designs. Hear from me something about what, proud of thy might, O Bhima, and led away by thy restlessness, thou thinkest should be immediately begun. There is rivers, Sala, the mighty Jarasandha, Bhishma, Drona, Karna, the mighty son of Drona, Dhritarashtra's sons, Duryodhana and others, so difficult of being vanquished, are all accomplished in arms and ever ready for battle with us. Those kings and chiefs of the earth also who have been injured by us, have all adopted the side of the Kauravas, and are bound by ties of affection to them. O Bharata, they are engaged in seeking the good of Duryodhana and not of us. With full treasures and aided by large forces, they will certainly strive their best in battle. All the officers also of the Kuru army together with their sons and relatives, have been honored by Duryodhana with wealth and luxuries. Those heroes are also much regarded by Duryodhana. This is my certain conclusion that they will sacrifice their lives for Duryodhana in battle. Although the behavior of Bhishma, Drona, and the illustrious Kripa is the same towards us as towards them, yet, O thou of mighty arms, this is my certain conclusion that in order to pay off the royal favors they enjoy, they will throw their very lives, than which there is nothing dearer, in battle. All of them are masters of celestial weapons, and devoted to the practice of virtue. I think they are incapable of being vanquished even by gods led by Vasava himself. There is again amongst them that mighty warrior, Karna, impetuous, and ever-wrathful, master of all weapons, and invincible, and encased in impenetrable mail. Without first vanquishing in battle all those foremost of men, unaided as thou art, how canst thou slay Duryodhana? O Vrikadara, I cannot sleep thinking of the lightness of hand of that suitor's son, who, I regard, is the foremost of all wielders of the bow. Vaisampayana continued. Hearing these words of Yudhishthira, the impetuous Bhima became alarmed, and forbore from speaking anything. And while the sons of Bandu were thus conversing with each other, there came to that spot the great ascetic Vyasa, the son of Satyavati. And as he came, the sons of Bandu worshipped him duly. Then that foremost of all speakers, addressing Yudhishthira, said, O Yudhishthira, O thou of mighty arms, knowing by spiritual insight what is passing in thy heart, I have come to thee, O thou bull among men. The fear that is in thy heart, arising from Bhishma, and Drona, and Kripa, and Karna, and Drona's son, and Prince Duryodhana, and Dusasana, I will dispel, O slayer of all foes, by means of an act enjoined by the ordinance. Hearing it from me, accomplish it thou with patience, and having accomplished it, O king, quell this fever of thine soon. That foremost of speakers then, the son of Parasara, taking Yudhishthira to a corner, began to address him in words of deep import, saying, O best of the Bharatas, the time is come for thy prosperity, when, indeed Dhananjaya, that son of Pritha, will slay all thy foes in battle. Uttered by me and like unto success personified, accept from me this knowledge called Pratismriti that I impart to thee, knowing thou art capable of receiving it. Receiving it from thee, Arjuna will be able to accomplish his desire. And let Arjuna, O son of Pandu, go unto Mahendra and Rudra, and Varuna, and Guvra, and Yama, for receiving weapon from them. He is competent to behold the gods for his asceticism and prowess. He is even a rishi of great energy, the friend of Narayana, ancient, eternal, a god himself, invincible, ever successful, and knowing no deterioration. Of mighty arms, he will achieve mighty deeds, having obtained weapons from Indra, and Rudra, and the Lokapalas. O son of Kunti, think also of going from this to some other forest that may, O king, be fit for thy abode. To reside in one place for any length of time is scarcely pleasant. In thy case, it might also be productive of anxiety to the ascetics. And as thou maintainest numerous brahmanas versed in the Vedas and the several branches thereof, continued residence here might exhaust the deer of this forest, and be destructive of the creepers and plants. Vaisampayana continued, having addressed him thus, that illustrious and exalted ascetic Vyasa, of great wisdom, acquired with the mysteries of the world, then imparted unto the willing Yudhishthira the just, who had meanwhile purified himself, that foremost of sciences. And bidding farewell unto the son of Kunti, Vyasa disappeared then and there. The virtuous and intelligent Yudhishthira, however, having obtained that knowledge, carefully retained it in his mind and always recited it on proper occasions. Glad of the advice given him by Vyasa, the son of Kunti then, leaving the wood-way Tavanna, went to the forest of Kamyaka on the banks of the Saraswati. And, O king, numerous Brahmanas of ascetic merit and versed in the science of orthopy and orthography followed him like the rishis following the chief of the celestials. Arrived at Kamyaka, those illustrious bulls amongst the Bharata took up their residence there along with their friends and attendants. And possessed of energy, those heroes, O king, lived there for some time, devoted to the exercise of the bow and hearing all the while the chanting of the Vedas. And they went about those woods every day in search of deer, armed with bow arrows. And they duly performed all the rites in honor of the Pitris, the Celestials and the Brahmanas. Section 37. Vaisampayana said, after some time, Yudhishthira the Just, remembering the command of the moon, Vyasa, and calling unto himself that bull among men, Arjuna, possessed of great wisdom, addressed him in private. Taking hold of Arjuna's hands, with a smiling face and in gentle accents, that chastiser of foes, the virtuous Yudhishthira, apparently after reflecting for a moment, spake these words in private unto Dhananjaya, O Bharata, the whole science of arms dwelleth in Bhishma, and Drona, and Kripa, and Karna, and Drona's son. They fully know all sorts of Brahma and celestial and human and Vaivya weapons, together with the modes of using and warding them off. All of them are conciliated and honoured and gratified by Dhritarashtra's son, who behaveth unto them as one should behave unto his preceptor. Towards all his warriors Dhritarashtra's son behaveth with great affection, and all the chiefs honoured and gratified by him, seek his good in return. Thus honoured by him, they will not fail to put forth their might. The whole earth, besides, is now under Duryodhana's sway, with all the villages and towns, O son of Pritha, and all the seas and woods and mines. Thou alone art our sole refuge. On thee resteth a great burden. I shall, therefore, O chastiser of all foes, tell thee what thou art to do now. I have obtained a science from Krishna Dvaipayana, used by thee, that science will expose the whole universe to thee. O child, attentively receive thou that science from me, and in due time, by its aid, attain thou the grace of the celestials. And, O bull of the Bharata race, devote thyself to fierce asceticism. Armed with a bow and sword, and cased in mail, betake thyself to austerities and good vows, and go thou northwards, O child, without giving way to anybody. O Dhananjaya, all celestial weapons are with Indra. The celestials, from fear of Ritra, imparted at the time all their might to Sakra. Gathered together in one place, thou wilt obtain all weapons. Go thou unto Sakra, he will give thee all his weapons. Taking the bow set thou out this very day in order to behold Purandara. Vaisampayana continued, having said this, the exalted Yudhishthira the Just, imparted that science unto Arjuna. And the elder brother, having communicated with due right the knowledge unto his heroic brother, with speech and body and mind under perfect control, commanded him to depart. And at the command of Yudhishthira, the strong-armed Arjuna, taking up the Gandiva as also his inexhaustible quivers, and accoutred in mail and gauntlets and finger protectors made of the skin of the guana, and having poured oblations into the fire and made the Brahmanas to utter benedictions after gifts, set out from Kamyaka, with the objects of beholding Indra. And armed with a bow, the hero, at the time of setting out, heaved aside and cast to look upwards for achieving the death of Dhritarashtra's sons. And beholding Kunti's son thus armed and about to set out, the Brahmanas and Siddhas and invisible spirits addressed him, saying, O son of Kunti, obtain thou soon what thou wishest. And the Brahmanas, also uttering benedictions, said, Achieve thou the object thou hast in view. Let victory be truly thine. And beholding the heroic Arjuna, of thighs stout as the trunks of the Sala, about to set out taking away with him the hearts of all, Krishna addressed him saying, O thou strong-armed one, let all that Kunti had desired at thy birth, and let all that thou desirest, be accomplished, O Dhananjaya. Let no one amongst us be ever again born in the order of Kshatriyas. I always bow down unto the Brahmanas whose mode of living is mendicancy. This is my great grief that the wretch Duryodhana beholding me in the assembly of princes mockingly called me a cow. Besides this he told me in the midst of that assembly many other hard things. But the grief I experience at parting with thee is far greater than any I felt at those insults. Certainly, in thy absence, thy brothers will while away their waking hours in repeatedly talking of thy heroic deeds. If, however, O son of Pritha, thou stayest away for any length of time, we shall derive no pleasure from our enjoyments or from wealth. Nay, life itself will be distasteful to us. O son of Pritha, our weal and woe, life and death, our kingdom and prosperity, are all dependent on thee. O Bharata, I bless thee, let success be thine. O sinless one, thy present task thou wilt be able to achieve even against powerful enemies. O thou of great strength, go thou to win success with speed. Let dangers be not thine. I bow to Datri and Vatri. I bless thee. Let prosperity be thine, and, O Dhananjaya, let Sri, Kirti, Driti, Pushti, Lakshmi, Saraswati, all protect thee on thy way, for thou ever worshippest thy elder brother and ever obeyest his commands. And, O bull of the Brata race, I bow to the Vasas, the Rudras and Adityas, the Manilas, the Viswadevas, and the Sadyas, for procuring thy welfare. And, O Bharata, be thou safe from all spirits of mischief belonging to the sky, the earth, and the heaven, and from such other spirits generally. Vaisampayana continued, Krishna, the daughter of Yajnasena, having uttered these benedictions, ceased. The strong-armed son of Bandu then, having walked round his brothers and round Dharmya also, and taking up his handsome bow, set out. And all creatures began to leave the way that Arjuna of great energy and prowess, urged by the desire of beholding Indra, took. And that slayer of foes passed over many mountains inhabited by ascetics, and then reached the sacred Himavat, the resort of the celestials. And the high-souled one reached the sacred mountain in one day, for like the winds he was gifted with the speed of the mind, in consequence of his ascetic austerities. And having crossed the Himavat, as also the Gandhamadana, he passed over many uneven and dangerous spots, walking night and day without fatigue. And having reached Indrakla, Dhananjaya stopped for a moment. And then he heard a voice in the skies, saying, Stop. And hearing that voice, the son of Pandu cast his glances all around. And Arjuna, capable of using his left hand with skill equal to that of his right hand, then beheld before him an ascetic under the shade of a tree, blazing with Brahma brilliancy, of a tawny colour, with matted locks, and thin. And the mighty ascetic, beholding Arjuna stop at place, addressed him, saying, Who art thou, O child, arrived hither with bow and arrows, and cased in mail and accoutred in scabbard and gauntlet, and, evidently, wedded to the customs of the Kshatriyu? There is no need of weapons here. This is the abode of peaceful Brahmanas devoted to ascetic austerities without anger or joy. There is no use for the bow here, for there is no dispute in this place of any kind. Therefore throw away, O child, this bow of thine. Thou hast obtained a pure state of life by coming here. O hero, there is no man who is like thee in energy and prowess. That Brahmana thus addressed Arjuna, with a smiling face, repeatedly. But he succeeded not in moving Arjuna, firmly devoted to his purpose. The regenerate one, glad at heart, smilingly addressed Arjuna once more, saying, O slayer of foes, blessed be thou. I am Sakura, ask thou the boon thou desirest. Thus addressed, that perpetuator of the Kuru race, the heroic Dhananjaya, bending his head and joining his hands, replied unto him of 1,000 eyes, saying, even this is the object of my wishes, grant me this boon, O illustrious one. I desire to learn from thee all the weapons. The chief of the Celestials then, smiling, replied unto him cheerfully, saying, O Dhananjaya, when thou hast reached this region, what need is there of weapons? Thou hast already obtained a pure state of life. Ask thou for the regions of bliss that thou desirest. Thus addressed, Dhananjaya replied unto him, O 1,000 eyes, saying, I desire not regions of bliss, nor objects of enjoyment, nor the state of the celestial. What is this talk about happiness? O chief of the Celestials, I do not desire the prosperity of all the gods. Having left my brothers behind me in the forest, and without avenging myself on the foe, shall I incur the opprobrium for all ages of all the world. Thus addressed, the slayer of Vritra, worshipped of the worlds, consoling him with gentle words, spare unto the son of Pandu, saying, when thou art able to behold the three-eyed trident-bearing Shiva, the Lord of all creatures, it is then, O child, that I will give thee all the celestial weapons. Therefore, strive thou to obtain the sight of the highest of the gods, for it is only after thou hast seen him, O son of Kunti, that thou wilt obtain all thy wishes. Having spoken thus unto Filgana, Sakura disappeared then and there, and Arjuna, devoting himself to asceticism, remained at that spot. Section 38. Kher Iratapava. Janmejaya said, O illustrious one, I desire to hear in detail the history of the acquisition of weapons by Arjuna of spotless deeds. O tell me how that tiger among men, Dhananjaya, of mighty arms and possessed of great energy, entered that solitary forest without fear. And, O thou foremost of those acquainted with the Veda, what also did Arjuna do while dwelling there? How also were the illustrious Tanuan, the chief of the Celestials, gratified by him? O thou best of regenerate ones, I desire to hear all this under thy favour. Thou art omniscient, thou knowest all about the gods and all about men. O Brahmana, the battle that took place of old between Arjuna, that foremost of smiters never defeated in battle, and Bhava was highly extraordinary and without parallel. It maketh one's hair stand on end to hear of it. Even the hearts of those lions among men, the brave sons of Pritha, trembled in consequence of wonder and joy and a sense of their own inferiority. Oh, tell me in full what else, Arjuna, did I do not see even the most trivial thing to Jaisha that is censurable? Therefore, recite to me in full the history of that hero. Vaisampayana said, O tiger among Kurus, I shall recite to thee that narration, excellent and extensive and unrivalled, in connection with the illustrious hero. O sinless one, hear in detail the particulars about Arjuna's meeting with the three-eyed god of gods, and his contact with the illustrious god's person. At Yudhishthira's command, Dhananjaya of immeasurable prowess set out, from Kanyaka, to obtain a sight of Sakura, the chief of the Celestials, and of Sankara, the god of gods. And the strong-armed Arjuna of great might set out armed with his celestial bow and a sword with golden hilt, for the success of the object he had in view, northwards, towards the summit of the Himavat. And, O king, that first of all warriors in the three worlds, the son of Indra, with a calm mind, and firmly adhering to his purpose, then devoted himself, without the loss of any time, to ascetic austerities. And he entered, all alone, that terrible forest abounding with thorny plants and trees and flowers and fruits of various kinds, and inhabited by winged creatures of various species, and swarming with animals of diverse kinds, and resorted to by siddhas and charanas. And when the son of Kunti entered that forest destitute of human beings, sounds of conchs and drums began to be heard in the heavens. And a thick shower of flowers fell upon the earth, and the clouds spreading over the firmament caused a thick shade. Passing over those difficult and woody regions at the foot of the great mountains, Arjuna soon reached the breast of the Himavat, and staying there for some time began to shine in his brilliancy. And he beheld the numerous trees with expanding verdure, resounding with the melodious notes of winged warblers. And he saw the rivers with currents of the lapis lazuli, broken by the fierce eddies here and there, and echoing with the notes of swans and ducks and cranes. And the banks of those rivers resounded with the mellifluous strains of the male cocolus and the notes of peacocks and cranes. And the mighty warrior, beholding those rivers of sacred and pure and delicious water and their charming banks, became highly delighted. And the delighted Arjuna of fierce energy and high soul then devoted himself to rigid austerities in that delightful and woody region. Clad in rags made of grass and furnished with a black deerskin and a stick, he commenced to eat withered leaves fallen upon the ground. And he passed the first month by eating fruits at the interval of 3 nights, and the second by eating at the interval of the 6 nights, and the third by eating at the interval of a fortnight. When the 4th month came, that best of the Bharatas, the strong-armed son of Pandu, began to subsist on air alone. With arms upraised and leaning upon nothing and standing on the tips of his toes, he continued his austerities. And the illustrious hero's locks, in consequence of frequent bathing, took the hue of lightning or the lotus. Then all the great rishis went together unto the god of the Pinaka for representing unto him about the fierce asceticism of Pritha's son. And bowing unto that god of gods, they informed him of Arjuna's austerities, saying, This son of Pritha, possessed of great energy, is engaged in the most difficult of ascetic austerities on the breast of the Himavat. Heated with his asceticism, the earth is smoking all round, O god of gods. We do not know what his object is for which he is engaged in these austerities. He, however, is causing us pain. It behoveth thee to prevent him. Hearing these words of those Munis with souls under perfect control, the Lord of all creatures, the husband of Amma, said, It behoveth you not to indulge in any grief on account of Fulgana. Return ye all cheerfully and with alacrity to the places whence ye have come. I know the desire that is in Arjuna's heart. His wish is not for heaven, nor for prosperity, nor for long life. And I will accomplish, even this day, all that is desired by him. Vaisampayana continued, the truth-speaking rishis, having heard these words of Mahadeva, became delighted, and returned to their respective abodes. Section 39. Vaisampayana said, after all those illustrious ascetics had gone away, that wielder of the Pinaka and cleanser of all sins, the illustrious Hara, assuming the form of a Kairata resplendent as a golden tree, and with a huge and stalwart form like a second Maru, and taking up her hand some bow and a number of arrows resembling snakes of virulent poison, and looking like an embodiment of fire, came quickly down on the breast of Himavat. And the handsome god of gods was accompanied by him in the guise of a Kairata woman, and also by a swarm of merry spirits of various forms and attire, and by thousands of women in the form and attire of Kairatas. And, O king, that region suddenly blazed up in beauty, in consequence of the arrival of the god of gods in such company. And soon enough a solemn stillness pervaded the place. The sounds of springs, and watercourses, and of birds suddenly ceased. And as the god of gods approached Pritha's son of blameless deeds, he beheld a wonderful sight, even that of a Danava named Mukha, seeking, in the form of a boar, to slay Arjuna. Fulgana, at the sight of the enemy seeking to slay him, shook up the Gandhiva and a number of arrows resembling snakes of virulent poison. and stringing his bow and filling the air with its twang, he addressed the boar and said, I have come here but done thee no injury. As thou seekest to slay me, I shall certainly send thee to the abode of the armor. And beholding that firm wielder of the bow, Fulgana, about to slay the boar, Sankara in the guise of a Kairata suddenly bade him stop, saying, The boar like the mountain of Indrakla in who hath been aimed at by me first. Fulgana, however, disregarding these words, struck the boar. The Kairatu also blazing splendor, let fly an arrow like flaming fire and resembling the thunderbolt at the same object. And the arrows thus shot by both fell at the same instant of time upon the wide body of Muga, hard as adamant. And the two shafts fell upon the boar with a loud sound, even like that of Indra's thunderbolt and the thunder of the clouds falling together upon the breast of a mountain. And Muga, thus struck by two shafts which produced numerous arrows resembling snakes of blazing mouths, yielded up his life, assuming once more his terrible Rakshasa form. Jaishu, that slayer of foes, then beheld before him that person, of form blazing as God, and attired in the dress of a Kairatu and accompanied by many women. And beholding him, the son of Kunti with a joyous heart addressed him smilingly and said, Who art thou that thus wanderest in these solitary woods, surrounded by women? Thou of the splendor of gold, art thou not afraid of this terrible forest? Why, again, didst thou shoot the boar that was first aimed at by me? This Rakshasa that came hither, listlessly or with the object of slaying me, had been first aimed at by me. Thou shalt not, therefore, escape from me with life. Thy behavior towards me is not consistent with the customs of the chase. Therefore, O mountaineer, I will take thy life. Thus addressed by the son of Pandu, the Kairata, smiling replied unto his capable of wielding the bow with his left hand, in soft words, saying, O hero, thou needest not be anxious on my account. This forest land is proper abode for us who always dwell in the woods. Respecting thyself, however, I may inquire why thou hast selected thy abode here amidst such difficulties. We, O ascetic, have our habitation in these woods abounding in animals of all kinds. Why dost thou, so delicate and brought up in luxury and possessed of the splendor of fire, dwell alone in such a solitary region? Arjuna said, depending on the Gandiva and arrows blazing like fire, I live in this great forest, like a second Pavaki. Thou hast seen how this monster, this terrible Rakshasa, that came hither in the form of an animal, hath been slain by me. The Kairata replied, This Rakshasa, first struck with a shot from my bow, was killed and sent to the regions of Yama by me. He was first aimed at by me, and it is with my shot that he has been deprived of life. Proud of thy strength, it behoveth thee not to impute thy own fault to others. Thou art thyself in fault, O wretch, and, therefore, shalt not escape from me with life. Stay thou, I will shoot at thee shafts like thunderbolts. Strive thou also and shoot, to the best of thy power, thy arrows at me. Hearing these words of the Kairata, Arjuna became angry, and attacked him with arrows. The Kairata, however, with a glad heart received all those shafts upon himself, repeatedly saying, Wretch, wretch, shoot thou best arrows capable of piercing into the very vitals. Thus addressed, Arjuna began to shower his arrows on him. Both of them then became angry and, engaging in fierce conflict, began to shoot at each other showers of arrows, each resembling a snake of virulent poison. And Arjuna rained a perfect shower of arrows on the Kairata. Sankara, however, bore that downpour on him with a cheerful heart. But the wielder of the Pinaka, having borne that shower of arrows for a moment, stood unwounded, immovable like a hill. Dhananjaya, beholding his arrowy shower become futile, wondered exceedingly, repeatedly saying, Excellent! Excellent! Alas, This mountaineer of delicate limbs, dwelling on the heights of the Himavat, beareth, without wavering, the shafts shot from the Gandiva. Who is he? Is he Rudra himself, or some other god, or a Yaksha, or an Asura? The gods sometimes do descend on the heights of the Himavat. Except the god who wieldeth the pinnacle, there is none rise that can bear the impetuosity of the thousands of arrows shot by me from the Gandiva. Whether he is a god or a Yaksha, in fact, anybody except Rudra, I shall soon send him, with my shafts, to the regions of Yama. Thus thinking, Arjuna, with a cheerful heart, began, O king, to shoot arrows by hundreds, resembling in splendor the rays of the sun. That downpour of shafts, however, the illustrious creator of the worlds, the wielder of the trident, bore with a glad heart, like a mountain bearing a shower of rocks. Soon, however, the arrows of Falguna were exhausted. And noticing this fact, Arjuna became greatly alarmed. And the son of Pandu then began to think of the illustrious god Agni who had before, during the burning of the Kandava, given him a couple of inexhaustible quivers. And he began to think, alas, my arrows are all exhausted. What shall I shoot now from my bow? Who is this person that swalloweth my arrows? Slaying him with the end of my bow, as elephants are killed with lances, I shall send him to the domains of the mace-bearing Yama. The illustrious Arjuna then, taking up his bow and dragging the Kairata with his bowstring, struck him some fierce blows that descended like thunderbolts. When, however, that slayer of hostile heroes, the son of Kunti, commenced the conflict with the end of the bow, the mountaineer snatched from his hands that celestial bow. And beholding his bow snatched from him, Arjuna took up his sword, and wishing to end the conflict, rushed at his foe. And then the Kuru prince, with the whole might of his arms, struck that sharp weapon upon the head of the Kairata, a weapon that was incapable of being resisted even by solid rocks. But that first of swords, at touch of the Kairata's crown, broke into pieces. Falguna then commenced the conflict with trees and stones. The illustrious god in the form of the huge-bodied Kairata, however, bore that shower of trees and rocks with patience. The mighty son of Pritha then, his mouth smoking with wrath, struck the invincible god in the form of a Kairata, with high-clenched fists, blows that descended like thunderbolts. The god in the Kairata form returned Falguna's blows with fierce blows resembling the thunderbolts of Indra. And in consequence of that conflict of blows between the son of Pandu and the Kairata, there arose in that place loud and frightful sounds. That terrible conflict of blows, resembling the conflict of yore between Vritra and Vasava, lasted but for a moment. The mighty Jaisha clasping the Kairata began to press him with his breast, but the Kairata, possessed of great strength, pressed the insensible son of Pandu with force. And in consequence of the pressure of their arms and of their breasts, their bodies began to emit smoke like charcoal in fire. The great god then, smiting the already smitten son of Pandu, and attacking him in anger with his full might, deprived him of his senses. Then, O Bharata, Falguna, thus pressed by the god of the gods, with limbs, besides, bruised and mangled, became incapable of motion and was almost reduced to a ball of flesh. And struck by the illustrious god, he became breathless and, falling down on earth without power of moving, looked like one that was dead. Soon, however, he regained consciousness, and, raising from his prostrate position, with body covered with blood, became filled with grief, mentally prostrating himself before the gracious God of gods, and making a quaint image of that deity, he worshipped it, with offerings of the floral garlands. Beholding, however, the garland that he had offered to the quaint image of Bhava, decking the crown of the Kairata, that best of Bandu's sons became filled with joy and regained his ease. And he prostrated himself thereupon at the feet of Bhava, and the god also was pleased with him. And Hara, beholding the wonder of Arjuna and seeing that his body had been emaciated with ascetic austerities, spake unto him in a voice deep as the roaring of the clouds, saying, O Fulgana, I have been pleased with thee, for thy act is without a parallel. There is no Kshatriya who is equal to thee in courage and patience. And, O sinless one, thy strength and prowess are almost equal to mine. O mighty armed one, I have been pleased with thee. Behold me, O bull of the Bharata race. O large-eyed one, I will grant thee eyes to see me in my true form. Thou wert a rishi before. Thou wilt vanquish all thy foes, even the dwellers of heaven. I will, as I have been pleased with thee, grant thee an irresistible weapon. Soon shalt thou be able to wield that weapon of mine. Vaisampayana continued. Fulgana then beheld him, Mahadeva, that god of blazing splendor, that wielder of the pinnacle, that one who had his abode on the mountains of Kailasa, accompanied by him. Bending down on his knee and bowing with his head, that conqueror of hostile cities, the son of Pritha, worshipped Hara and inclined him to grace. And Arjuna said, O Kapardin, O chief of all gods, O destroyer of the eyes of Bhaga, O god of gods, O Mahadeva, O thou of blue throat, O thou of matted locks, I know thee as the cause of all causes, O thou of 3 eyes, O Lord of all. Thou art the refuge of all the gods. This universe hath sprung from thee. Thou art incapable of being vanquished by the 3 worlds of the celestials, the Asuras, and men. Thou art Shiva in the form of Vishnu, and Vishnu in the form of Shiva. Thou destroyedst of old the great sacrifice of Daksha. O Hari, O Rudra, I bow to thee. Thou hast an eye on thy forehead. O Sava, O thou that trainest objects of desire, O bearer of the trident, O wielder of the pinnacle, O Surya, O thou of body, O creator of all, I bow to thee. O Lord of all created things, I worship thee to obtain thy grace. Thou art the Lord of the Ganas, the source of universal blessing, the cause of the causes of the universe. Thou art beyond the foremost of male beings. Thou art the highest, thou art the subtlest, O Hara. O illustrious Sankara, it behoveth thee to pardon my fault. It was even to obtain a sight of thyself that I came to this great mountain, which is dear to thee and which is the excellent abode of ascetics. Thou art worshipped of all worlds. O Lord, I worship thee to obtain thy grace. Let not this rashness of mine be regarded as a fault, this combat in which I was engaged with thee from ignorance. O Sankara, I seek thy protection. Pardon me all I have done. Vaisampayana continued, endued with great might, the god whose sign was the bull, taking into his the handsome hands of Arjuna, smilingly replied unto him, saying, I have pardoned thee. And the illustrious Hara, cheerfully clasping Arjuna with his arms, once more consoling Arjuna, said as follows. Section XL. Mahadeva said, Thou wert in thy former life Nara, the friend of Narayana. In Vadari wert thou engaged in fierce ascetic austerities for several thousands of years. In thee, as well as in Vishnu, that first of male beings, dwelleth great might. Ye both, by your might, hold the universe, O Lord, taking up that fierce bow whose twang resembled the deep roar of the clouds. Thou, as well as Krishna, chastisedst the Danavas during the coronation of Indra. Even this Gandiva is that bow, O son of Pritha, fit for thy hands. O foremost of male beings, I snatched it from thee, helped by my powers of illusion. This couple of quivers, fit for thee, will again be inexhaustible, O son of Pritha. And, O son of the Kuru race, thy body will be free from pain and disease. Thy prowess is incapable of being baffled. I have been pleased with thee. And, O first of male beings, ask thou of me the boon that thou desirest. O chastiser of all foes, O giver of proper respect to those deserving it, Not even in heaven is there any male being who is equal to thee, nor any Kshatriya who is thy superior. Arjuna said, O illustrious God, having the bull for thy sign, if thou wilt grant me my desire, I ask of thee, O Lord, that fierce celestial weapon wielded by thee and called Brahmasura, that weapon of terrific prowess which destroyeth, at the end of the Yuga, the entire universe, that weapon by the help of which, O God of gods, I may, under thy grace, obtain victory in the terrible conflict which shall take place between myself, on one side, and Karna and Bhishma and Kripa and Drona, on the other, that weapon by which I may consume in battle Danavas and Rakshasas and evil spirits and Pisachas and Gandharvas and Nagas, that weapon which when hurled with mantras produceth darts by thousands and fierce-looking maces and arrows like snakes of virulent poison, and by means of which I may fight with Bhishma and Drona and Kripa and Karna of ever-abusive tongue, O illustrious destroyer of the eyes of Bhaga. Even this is my foremost desire, viz., that I may be able to fight with them and obtain success. Bhava replied, O powerful one, I will give to thee that favourite weapon of mine called the Pasaputa. O son of Pandu, thou art capable of holding, hurling, and withdrawing it. Neither the chief himself of the gods, nor Yama, nor the king of the Yakshas, nor Varuna, nor Vayu, knoweth it. How could men know anything of it? But, O son of Pritha, this weapon should not be hurled without adequate cause, for if hurled at any foe of little might it may destroy the whole universe. In the three worlds, with all their mobile and immobile creatures, there is none who is incapable of being slain by this weapon. And it may be hurled by the mind, by the eye, by words, and by the bow. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words, the son of Pritha purified himself, and approaching the Lord of the universe with rapt attention, he said, Instruct me. Mahadeva then imparted unto that best of Bandu's son the knowledge of that weapon looking like the embodiment of Yama, together with all the mysteries about hurling and withdrawing it. And that weapon thence began to wait upon Arjuna as it did upon Sankara, the lord of Ama. And Arjuna also gladly accepted it. And at the moment the whole earth, with its mountains and woods and trees and seas and forests and villages and towns and mines, trembled. And the sounds of conchs and drums and trumpets by thousands began to be heard. And at that moment hurricanes and whirlwinds began to blow. And the gods and the Danavas beheld that terrible weapon in its embodied form stay by the side of Arjuna of immeasurable energy. And whatever of evil there had been in the body of Fulgana of immeasurable energy was all dispelled by the touch of the three-eyed deity. And the three-eyed god then commanded Arjuna, saying, Go thou into heaven. Arjuna then, O king, worshipping the god with bent head, gazed at him, with joined hands. Then the Lord of all the dwellers of heaven, the deity of blazing splendor having his abode on mountain breasts, the husband of the god of passions under complete control, the source of all blessings, Bhava gave unto Arjuna, that foremost of men, the great bow called Gandhaiva, destructive of Danavas and Pisachas. And the god of gods, then leaving that blessed mountain with snowy plateaus and vales and caves, favourite resort of sky-ranging great rishis, went up, accompanied by a man to the skies, in the sight of that foremost of men. Section XLI. Vaisampayana said, the wielder of the pinnacle, having the bull for his sign, thus disappeared in the very sight of the gazing son of Pandu, like the sun setting in the sight of the world. Arjuna, that slayer of hostile heroes, wondered much at this, saying, Oh, I have seen the great God of gods. Fortunate, indeed I am, and much favoured, for I have both beheld and touched with my hand the three-eyed Hara, the wielder of the pinnacle, in his boon-giving form. I shall win success. I am already great. My enemies have already been vanquished by me. My purposes have been already achieved. And while the son of Pritha, endued with immeasurable energy, was thinking thus, there came to that place Varuna, the god of waters, handsome and of the splendor of the lapis lazuli, accompanied by all kinds of aquatic creatures, and filling all the points of the horizon with a blazing effulgence, and accompanied by rivers both male and female, and nagas, and daityas and satyas and inferior deities. Varuna, the controller and lord of all aquatic creatures, arrived at that spot. There came also the Lord Kuvera of body resembling pure gold, seated on his car of great splendor, and accompanied by numerous yakshas. And the Lord of treasures, possessed of great beauty, came that to see Arjuna, illuminating the firmament with his effulgence. And there came also Yama himself, of great beauty, the powerful destroyer of all the worlds, accompanied by those lords of the creation, the Pitras, both embodied and disembodied. And the god of justice, of inconceivable soul, the son of Surya, the destroyer of all creatures, with the mace in hand, came there on his car, illuminating the three worlds with regions of the Gaikas, the Gandharvas and the Nagas, like a second Surya as he riseth at the end of the Yuga. Having arrived there, they beheld, from the effulgent and variegated summits of the great mountain, Arjuna engaged in ascetic austerities. And there came in a moment the illustrious Sakra also, accompanied by his queen, seated on the back of the celestial elephant, Airavata, and surrounded also by all the deities. And in consequence of the white umbrella being held over his head, he looked like the moon amid fleecy clouds. And eulogized by Gandharvas, and Rishis endued with wealth of asceticism, the chief of the celestials alighted on a particular summit of the mountain, like a second sun. Then Yama, possessed of great intelligence, and fully conversant with virtue, who had occupied a summit on the south, in a voice deep as that of the clouds, said these auspicious words: Arjuna, behold us, the protectors of the worlds, arrive here. We will grant thee spiritual vision, for thou deservest to behold us. Thou wert in thy former life a rishi of immeasurable soul, known as Nara of great might at the command, O child of Brahma, thou hast been born among men. O sinless one, by thee shall be vanquished in battle the highly virtuous grandsire of the Kurus, Bhishma of great energy, who is born of the Vasas. Thou shalt also defeat all the Kshatriyas of fiery energy commanded by the son of Bharadwa in battle. Thou shalt also defeat those Danavas of fierce prowess that have been born amongst men, and those Danavas also that are called Nivatakavishas. And, O son of the Kuru race, O Dhananjaya, thou shalt also slay Karna of fierce prowess, who is even a portion of my father Surya, of energy celebrated throughout the worlds. And, O son of Kunti, smiter of all foes, thou shalt also slay all the portions of celestials and Danavas and the Rakshasas that have been incarnate on earth. And slain by thee, these shall attain to the regions earned by them according to their acts. And, O Philgana, the fame of thy achievements will last forever in the world. Thou hast gratified Mahadeva himself in conflict. Thou shalt, with Vishnu himself, lighten the burden of the earth. O accept this weapon of mine, the mace I wield, incapable of being baffled by anybody. With this weapon thou wilt achieve great deeds. Vaisampayana continued, O Janamjaya, the son of Pritha then received from Yama that weapon duly, along with the mantras and rite, and the mysteries of hurling and withdrawing it. Then Varuna, the lord of all aquatic creatures, blue as the clouds, from a summit he had occupied on the west, uttered these words: O son of Pritha, thou art the foremost of Kshatriyas, and engaged in Kshatriya practices. O thou of large coppery eyes, behold me. I am Varuna, the lord of waters. Held by me, my nooses are incapable of being resisted. O son of Kunti, accept of me these Varuna weapons along with the mysteries of hurling and withdrawing them. With these, O hero, in the battle that ensued of your honor Count of Taruka, the wife of Raiha's party, thousands of mighty deities were seized and tied. Accept them of me. Even if Yama himself by thy foe, with these in thy hands, he will not be able to escape from thee. When thou wilt armed with these, range over the field of battle, the land, beyond doubt, will be destitute of Kshatriyas. Vaisampayana continued, after both Varuna and Yama had given away their celestial weapons, the Lord of Treasures having his home on the heights of Kailasa, then spake, O son of Pandu, O thou of great might and wisdom, I too have been pleased with thee. And this meeting with thee giveth me as much pleasure as a meeting with Krishna. O wielder of the bow with the left hand, O thou of mighty arms, thou wert a god before, eternal, as other gods. In ancient kalpas, thou hadst every day gone through ascetic austerities along with us. O best of men, I grant thee celestial vision. O thou of mighty arms, thou wilt defeat even invincible deities and danavas. Accept of me also, without loss of time, an excellent weapon. With this thou wilt be able to consume the ranks of Dhritarashtra. Take then this favourite weapon of mine called Antidana. Endued with energy and prowess and splendour, it is capable of sending the foe to sleep. When the illustrious Sankara slew Tripura, even this was the weapon which he shot and by which many mighty Asuras were consumed. O thou of invincible prowess, I take it up for giving it to thee. Endued with the dignity of the Maru, thou art competent to hold this weapon. After these words had been spoken, the Kuru prince Arjuna, endued with great strength, duly received from Kuvara that celestial weapon. Then the chief of the celestials, addressing Pritha's son of the ceaseless deeds in sweet words, said, in a voice deep as that the clouds or the kettle drum, O thou mighty armed son of Kunti, thou art an ancient god. Thou hast already achieved the highest success, and acquired the statue of a god. But, O repressor of foes, thou hast yet to accomplish the purposes of the gods. Thou must ascend to heaven. Therefore prepare thou, O hero of great splendour. My own car with Matali as charioteer will soon descend on the earth. Taking thee, O Kaurava, to heaven, I will grant thee all my celestial weapons. Beholding those protectors of the worlds assembled together on the heights of Himravat, Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, wondered much, endued with great energy. He then duly worshipped the assembled Lokapalas, with words, water, and fruits. The celestials then returning that worship, went away. And the gods capable of going everywhere at will, and endued with the speed of the mind, returned to the places whence they had come. That bull among men, Arjuna, having obtained weapons thus, was filled with pleasure, and he regarded himself as one whose desires had been fulfilled and who was crowned with success. Section Xli. Indralikagamana Pava. Vaisampayana said, after the Lokapalas had gone away, Arjuna, that slayer of all foes, began to think, O monarch, of the car of Indra. And as Gurdakisa, gifted with great intelligence, was thinking of it, the car, endued with great effulgence and guided by Matali, came dividing the clouds and illuminating the firmament and filling the entire welkin with its rattle deep as the roar of mighty masses of clouds. Swords and missiles of terrible forms and maces of frightful description, and winged darts of celestial splendour and lightnings of the brightest effulgence, and thunderbolts, and propellers furnished with wheels and worked with atmosphere expansion and producing sounds loud as the roar of great masses of clouds, were on that car. And there were also on that car fierce and huge-bodied nagas with fiery mouths, and heaps of stones white as the fleecy clouds. And the car was drawn by 10,000s of horses of golden hue, endued with the speed of the wind. And furnished with prowess of illusion, the car was drawn with such speed that the eye could hardly mark its progress. And Arjuna saw on that car the flagstaff called Vajayanta, of blazing effulgence, resembling in hue the emerald or the dark blue lotus, and decked with golden ornaments and straight as the bamboo. And beholding a charioteer decked in gold seated on that car, the mighty armed son of Pritha regarded it as belonging to the celestials. And while Arjuna was occupied with his thoughts regarding the car, the charioteer Matli, bending himself after descending from the car, addressed him, saying, O lucky son of Sakra! Sakra himself wisheth to see thee. Ascend thou without loss of time this car that hath been sent by Indra, the chief of the immortals, thy father, that god of 100 sacrifices, hath commanded me, saying, Bring the son of Kunti hither. Let the gods behold him. And Sankara himself, surrounded by the celestials and rishis and Gandharvas and Apsaras, waiteth to behold thee. At the command of the chastiser of Parka, therefore, ascend thou with me from this to the region of the celestials. Thou wilt return after obtaining weapons. Arjuna replied, O Matli, mount thou without loss of time this excellent car, a car that cannot be attained even by hundreds of Rajasuya and horse sacrifices. Even kings of great prosperity who have performed great sacrifices distinguished by large gifts to Brahmanas, even gods and Danavas are not competent to ride this car. He that hath not ascetic merit is not competent to even see or touch this car, far less to ride on it. O blessed one, after thou hast ascended it, and after the horses have become still, I will ascend it, like a virtuous man stepping into the high road of honesty. Vaisampayana continued, Matli, the charioteer of Sakra, hearing these words of Arjuna, soon mounted the car and controlled the horses. Arjuna then, with a cheerful heart, purified himself by a bath in the Ganges. And the son of Kunti then duly repeated, inaudibly, his customary prayers. He then, duly and according to the ordinance, gratified the Baitrus with oblations of water. And, lastly, he commenced to invoke the Mandara, that king of mountains, saying, O mountain, thou art ever the refuge of holy, heaven-seeking munis of virtuous conduct and behavior. It is through thy grace, O mountain, that Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaisyas attain heaven, and their anxieties gone, sport with the celestials. O king of mountains, O mountain, thou art the asylum of munis, and thou holdest on thy breast numerous sacred shrines. Happily have I dwelt on thy heights. I leave thee now, bidding thee farewell. Oft have I seen thy tablelands and bowers, thy springs and brooks, and the sacred shrines on thy breast. I have also eaten the savoury fruits growing on thee, and have slated my thirst with draughts of perfumed water oozing from the body. I have also drunk the water of thy springs, sweet as Amrita itself. O mountain, as a child sleepeth happily on the lap of his father, so have I, O king of mountains, O excellent one, sported on thy breast, echoing with the notes of Apsaras and the chanting of the Vedas. O mountain, every day have I lived happily on thy tablelands. Thus having bidden farewell to the mountain, that slayer of hostile heroes, Arjuna, blazing like the sun himself, ascended the celestial car. And the Kuru prince, gifted with great intelligence, with a glad heart, coursed through the firmament on that celestial car refulgent as the sun and of extraordinary achievements. And after he had become invisible to the mortals of the earth, he beheld thousands of cars of extraordinary beauty. And in that region there was no sun nor moon nor fire to give light, but it blazed in light of its own, generated by virtue of ascetic merit. And those brilliant regions that are seen from the earth in the form of stars, like lamps, in the sky so small in consequence of their distance, though very large, were beheld by the son of Pandu, stationed in their respective places, full of beauty and effulgence and blazing with splendour all their own. And there he beheld royal sages crowned with ascetic success, and heroes who had yielded up their lives in battle, and those that had acquired heaven by their ascetic austerities, by hundreds upon hundreds. And there were also Gandharvas, of bodies blazing like the sun, by thousands upon thousands, as also Gaikas and Rishis and numerous tribes of Apsaras. And beholding those self-effulgent regions, Fulgana became filled with wonder, and made inquiries of Matali. And Matali also gladly replied unto him, saying, These, O son of Pritha, are virtuous persons stationed in their respective places. It is these whom thou hast seen, O exalted one, as stars, from the earth. Then Arjuna saw standing at the gates, Indra's region, the handsome and ever-victorious elephant, Airavata, furnished with 4 tusks, and resembling the mountain of Kailasa with its summits. And coursing along that path of the Siddhas, that foremost of the Kuras and the son of Pandu, sat in beauty like Mandata, that best of kings. Endued with eyes like lotus leaves, he passed through the region set apart for virtuous kings. And the celebrated Arjuna, having thus passed through successive regions of heaven, at last beheld Amaravati, the city of Indra. Section Xli. Vaisampayana said, and the city of Indra which Arjuna saw was delightful, and was the resort of Siddhas and Charanas. And it was adorned with the flowers of every season, and with sacred trees of all kinds. And he beheld also celestial gardens called Nandana, the favourite resort of Apsaras, and fanned by the fragrant breezes charged with the farina of sweet-scented flowers, the trees with their load of celestial blossoms seemed to welcome him amongst them. And the region was such that none could behold it who had not gone through ascetic austerities, or who had not poured libations on fire. It was a region for the virtuous alone, and not for those who had turned their back on the field of battle. And none were competent to see it who had not performed sacrifices or observed rigid vows, or who were without a knowledge of the Vedas, or who had not bathed in sacred waters, or who were not distinguished for sacrifices and gifts. And none were competent to see it who were disturbers of sacrifices, or who were low, or who drank intoxicating liquors, or who were violators of their preceptor's bed, or who were eaters of unsanctified meat, or who were wicked. And having beheld those celestial gardens resounding with celestial music, the strong-armed son of Bandu entered the favourite city of Indra. And he beheld the celestial cars by thousands, capable of going everywhere at will, stationed in proper places. And he saw tens of thousands of such cars moving in every direction, and fanned by pleasant breezes charged with the perfumes of flowers. The son of Pandu was praised by Apsaras and Gandharvas. And the celestials then, accompanied by the Gandharvas and Siddhas and great Rishis, cheerfully reverenced Pritha's son of white deeds. Benedictions were poured upon him, accompanied by the sounds of celestial music. The strong-armed son of Pritha then heard around him the music of conchs and drums, and praised all around. The son of Pritha then went, at the command of Indra, to that large and extensive starry way called by the name of Zuravathi. There he met with the Sadyas, the Viswas, the Marutas, the twin Aswins, the Adityas, the Vasas, the Rudras, the Brahmarshis of the great splendour, and numerous royal sages with Dilipa at the head, and Temvura and Narada, and that couple of Gandharvas known by the names of Haha and Hu, and the Kuru prince, that chastiser of foes, having met and duly saluted them, last of all beheld the chief of the celestials, the god of 100 sacrifices. Then the strong-armed son of Pritha, alighting from the car, approached the lord himself of the gods, his father, that chastiser of Parka. And a beautiful white umbrella furnished with a golden staff was held over the chief of the celestials. And he was fanned with a chamara perfumed with celestial scents. And he was eulogized by many Gandharvas headed by Viswavasu and others, by bards and singers, and by foremost Brahmanas chanting Rik and Yajus hymns. And the mighty son of Kunti, approaching Indra, saluted him by bending his head to the ground. And Indra thereupon embraced him with his round and plump palms. And taking his hand, Sakra made him sit by him on a portion of his own seat, that sacred seat which was worshipped by gods and rishis. And the Lord of the Celestials, that slayer of hostile heroes, smelt the head of Arjuna bending in humility, and even took him upon his lap. Seated on Sakra's seat at the command of that god of 1,000 dyes, Pritha's sun of immeasurable energy began to blaze in splendor like a second Indra. And moved by affection, the slayer of Vritra, consoling Arjuna, touched his beautiful face with his own perfumed hands. And the wielder of the thunderbolt, patting and rubbing gently again and again with his own hands which bore the marks of the thunderbolt the handsome and huge arms of Arjuna, which resembled a couple of golden columns and which were hard in consequence of drawing the bowstring, and sun enhanced the beauty of the assembly, like the sun and moon god of 1,000 eyes, eyeing his son of curly locks smilingly and with eyes expanded with delight, seemed scarcely to be gratified. The more he gazed, the more he liked to gaze on. And seated on one seat, the father and son enhanced the beauty of the assembly, like the sun and moon beautifying the firmament together on the 14th day of the dark fortnight. And a band of the Gandharvas, headed by Tumvaru skilled in music sacred and profane, sang many verses in melodious notes. And Gritachi and Manika and Ramba and Purvachiti and Swayamprabha and Urvasi and Misrakshi and Dandagori and Varathini and Gopali and Sahajanya and Kamaoni and Prajagara and Chitrasena and Chitrulka and Saha Ahmad Haraswana, these and others by thousands, possessed devices like lotus leaves, who were employed in enticing the hearts of persons practicing rigid austerities, danced there. And possessing slim waists and fair large hips, they began to perform various evolutions, shaking their deep bosoms, and casting their glances around, and exhibiting other attractive attitude capable of stealing the hearts and resolutions and minds of the spectators. Section Xlif. Vaisampayana said, the gods and the Gandharvas then, understanding the wishes of India, procured an excellent argyre and reverenced the son of Pritha in a hurry. And giving water to wash both his feet and face, they caused the prince to enter the palace of Indra. And thus worshipped, Jaishan continued to live in the abode of his father. And the son of Pandu